Yeah, no kidding, man. I got my PC back last night from Origin, and I tried fixing it, and the CPU, there was a problem with the CPU, so obviously I wasn't going to be able to fix that. That required it to go in and the chip be changed. But I got the PC back last night, and I used to always set up my new Windows machines where it was like, I want to set you up as a clean new machine. And I never logged in with my Windows account until after I'd gone in and disabled everything I want to go in. Now you can't do that. Like, now you cannot offline your machine. I mean, you can, but you can't do it as a normal user. You have to go about doing it through a command prompt. Then I get into Windows, and it's like everything is set up with OneDrive. I hate Windows. I hate Microsoft because I don't want OneDrive, because I want to be able to save like, I get it, and I do recognize the value. No, we're starting at this whole show is about Ashes. Well, this first part of the show is me bitching about Windows, and then we're gonna get into Ashes. So I don't want OneDrive. I want to be able to choose to use OneDrive, but I don't want OneDrive on my gaming machine. I don't want most things on my gaming machine. So I'm there, and all of the cheats that I used to use to debloat Windows, they've like blocked now. Like, all the scripts that I know, it's like, you can't do this. This is an integral part of Windows. You can't do this. It's like, I saw somebody say the Steam machine to come out so you can finally be done with Windows. I want Windows Lite. I literally just want the operating system, and I want it to ask me at startup what programs I want to use. Like, I want the calculator. Yeah, I want that. I want snipping tool. Yeah, I want that. Copilot. I don't want... Copilot can be on my workstation, but I don't want it on my gaming machine. So, with that bitching and complaining out of the way, for years and years and years, I covered this game. I covered Ashes of Creation for probably 5 years. And I wasn't going to stream it because obviously my gaming PC went into Origin 2 days before it came out on Steam. But I thought, you know what? A lot of people helped me grow my brand. Like, my brand's not huge. I don't have a huge following. I don't get a lot of viewers, but the Spotify channel that my brand launched does really well. I mean, 1 million plays last year. Yeah, it's been a long time, old friend. So I'm gonna try to not bring in all the baggage. I'm gonna make that attempt. I'm gonna try to look at Ashes without even knowing the last month, or the last 29 days of fiasco. So I just want to focus, I want to focus on the game today. I don't want to focus on anything else. Let's just look at the game for the game. So turn that off. Turn that on. And away we go here. So obviously, I already made the character that I want to tool around in, but I'm going to jump back into the character creator real quick. And I will give them some credit for their character creator. I don't like the overview. I don't know what it is about the particular font. I'm not totally in love with this font. But overall, I like the simplicity of the character creator. I like that it doesn't throw everything at you at one time. A lot of games do that. They throw too much stuff at you. One thing I maybe would have done. Yeah, I'm not playing Ashes. I'm testing Ashes because Ashes is still in development. One thing I might have maybe done, a little different, and possibly they can still do, is like, I might put like 4 little boxes here to identify these as shared history races. I don't think you need to do another screen, but I think that they could just put off there in that little red box, they could put dwarf, elf, human, orc down the side. And a kind of a stickler. DK, good. EP, good. KV, good. R, good. They're all da-da-da. I like it. I like that they're in alphabetical order. It's a little thing, but I like it. I do think right here is... Why did you not... You're not cooperating with me? Of course, nothing wants to cooperate. Oh, but it's because I put the other system. I put the other system in. All right. Just one of those small little like golly gee whiz things. I would not have scrollable box over here. Not because I think it's a big deal, but because I think the average gamer doesn't scroll in character creation. I think the average gamer is very click, 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 like gamers have like a 3 to 5 second attention span. It would be really easy to take this box over here, put it up there with the description, take the abilities down there. Just like that one you see what I'm saying? Like the boxes aren't all uniform length and description. And they don't have to be, but just for the visual presentation. I was a little concerned about the character creator when I made my character this morning. Well, I made my other one and then this one. This is a very bare bones character creator, especially considering it's Unreal Engine 5. We've seen a couple other games come out in Unreal Engine 5 with absolutely amazing character creators. Chrono Odyssey being one of them. Chrono Odyssey is unreal, when it comes to what some people made. Now, I think some of that is okay, given the sculpting feature. But we were kind of led to believe that this was going to be a revolutionary character creator. If you remember when they showed us the character creator, they made Asmongold. They literally made Asmongold's face. I think Ashes needs to look at Where Winds Meet. Where Winds Meet has the ability for you to take, and I said this years ago, Where Winds Meet, you can take a photograph, load it into Where Winds Meet, and then it turns the character into the photograph. Yes, we do have some Johnny Depps running around. We have a couple of Donald Trumps. We have a Shrek running around in Where Winds Meet. But given the fact that you're using Unreal Engine, you might as well leverage what it has. Now, as far as the starting region, I do know that Intrepid has said that this continent over here is probably not going to be available at launch. Okay. I think that is gonna that could be a discussion in and of its own point. Right, we could have a long conversation about that. And this right here, I am adamantly against anything in the character creator that's there just for the sake of throw some bullshit on the character. And this Ashes isn't the first game that has done this. Final Fantasy XIV did this as well. I understand that this is supposed to be an online role-playing game, and a lot of role-playing games want you to have some sort of background. But do any of these make any difference? If they do, what difference do they make? Like Expedition Cook, does that give me more cooking. Yeah, I don't get why you don't get stats from selecting your background. Exactly. Either have the background be meaningful, like EVE Online, and I'm not talking modern EVE Online, I'm talking old school, original EVE Online. You built your character. It was kind of like Dune Awakening, the way you built your character. Like, Dune Awakening was great because it was an interrogation. So you get asked questions, and based on the questions, based on the answers you give, that kind of builds your character. EVE Online used to be like, what race are you? What sect are you? What's your background? And it changed what stats you got. So if these don't mean anything, kind of take them out. Like, or make them mean something. If you want the backgrounds to mean something, what background does your character have that they forgot at the beginning of the playthrough? It never matters. Right. Exactly. If the background's not going to mean anything, take it out completely. If it is going to mean something, explain it. And if you want the background to be really meaningful, make a little starting vignette. Like, there's a lot of ways you could do a starter character vignette, but do something with it. Yeah, please insert some meaningless fluff here. So overall, the character creation process isn't amazing, but it's not the worst I've seen. At least you can customize your character. Kingdom Under Fire 2, it was literally like your character was going to look like everybody else. Every class of this looks the same. There are still 2 to 3 biomes on this continent they need to pull together. Well, we'll find out that. We'll find that out. Now, hydrate. I will definitely hydrate. Okay, now, in fairness, right? My first impression. This is ugly. This is absolutely. This is an ugly. This is basic as shit. And it hasn't changed. Like years and years and years ago, they said, "Oh, well, we hired on. I think his name was Ryan, and we hired on this UI developer." I'm sorry, but this is stock everything. Expecting MMO players to read. You know, it's funny you make that joke, right? But you expect gamers to read this big ass box about important information. Welcome to Early Access. Thank you for joining our alpha. Early Access is a major milestone for all of us, and you're an essential part of it. This is the moment where Ashes of Creation truly begins to take shape as a living, breathing world, even though many places are still being finished. What is Early Access? It's your opportunity to experience systems, zones, and features while they're still evolving. Some elements will feel surprisingly polished. Others will feel rough around the edges and will change dramatically based on your feedback. That's not only expected, it's the purpose of this early access. As development progresses, you can expect frequent updates, new content drops, system refinements, bug fixing, and meaningful changes inspired by what you discover during your journey. Please use /bug to report issues, then send us your feedback on the forums. We'll also send surveys to your inbox from time to time. Your thoughts and experiences are incredibly valuable. Please consider leaving us a Steam review to help guide new adventures. Okay. I am all for. You guys know I love surveys because I think surveying your audience is so important. But I'm going to show you guys the last survey that they sent. Maybe. This was the last survey they sent. And what do you currently like best about Ashes of Creation? What is your one biggest frustration about Ashes of Creation? Is there anything else you'd like to send or to share with the team? Sure. That's a survey, but it's meaningless because you didn't ask pointed questions. You literally said, tell us what you like best. Tell us what your one biggest frustration. This top question is a confirmation biased question. Because what you're saying is if I say I like the character creator, yeah, that's a review, not a survey. Absolutely. What features this survey is about the character creator. What are you most disappointed in about the character creator? The first question needs to be a question that gives you action. Yeah, my favorite color is green and the sky is not green. What is your biggest frustration? I can't make big titty booty anime bitches. Well, okay. Is there anything else you'd like to share with the team? There's, as Professor McGonagall said, there are many things I would like to say to you right now. So the important part is you've got to ask questions that are meaningful. What is your biggest frustration with the game? What is your biggest frustration with the first 5 levels? This survey is for the tank players. To me, that reads as, what's your email? Oh, yeah, I'm not going to read that, but you can say that. All right. So off we go. Now, you found a gathering point. A location where valuable minerals can be harvested from the environment. Materials can be processed for crafting or sold. That's great. Okay. You told me I found a gathering point. Where the fuck is it? Like right off the bat, you tell me I found a gathering point. Okay. Thanks. Tab to target the nearest enemy. Press again to cycle through nearby enemies. Left mouse button an enemy or a nameplate to direct target. I'm hitting tab. What fucking enemy? Don't you think that the target enemies help tick should pop up after, I walk through the starter area and I have something to target? Also, options, interface, general. This is the most auto attack enabled. That's what we need. Clear as mud. Right, exactly. The only thing worse than no tutorial is a bad tutorial. You share an unbreakable bond with your summoned vessel. While any vessel is summoned, you may generate essence by various means. Generate 1 essence passively every second. Your vessel's basic attack generate 1 essence, and your weapon combo finishers generate 5 essence. Summoners deal less weapon damage than other archetypes, but their summoned vessels serve to counteract this drawback with their own attacks. Okay. PvP opt-in protection. This character is protected from uninitiated PvP actions. Participating in PvP temporarily removes this protection. Remember that thing they said that they weren't going to do? select a summon. This skill tree is the potential of your archetype manifested. Why are there 2 spaces there? Select active abilities on the tree and confirm your changes to add them to your repertoire. All right, look. That's a $5 word. You don't need a $5 word. These are gamers. They're not fucking scholars. Some abilities are unlocked automatically as you level up. These do not cost any skill points. You will gain skill points every time you level up. You can review how many available and total skill points you have in the bottom left. Your weapon proficiencies and stamina also improve with use and have their own dedicated skill point and skill trees. All of your abilities can be found in the skill book along with other general useful skills. All of your abilities can be found in the skill book along with other generally useful skills. Now look at this. Ready? You've literally just vomited at the player base. Inflict Spirit Shred upon the enemy. Spirit Shred, 40% spirit damage every 2 seconds for 12 seconds and can be extended up to a maximum of 20 seconds. When Spirit Shred reaches maximum duration, it applies Demoralize to the target. Does not disrupt weapon combo sequences. Weapon combo finishers reset this ability's cooldown. Each tick of Spirit Shred generates 1 essence. Right, why do I have 20 skills already? Absolutely. Why do I why do I have all of this stuff here? This is an Asian game. Never give a new player this many options because they will fuck up their builds and then get frustrated. Yes. Yes. So I've taken like 2 steps and you're telling me to pick a summon. Summon a Spirit Guardian. Whenever this vessel hits a target with a basic attack, your spirit damages enemy. It receives 1 stack of Fortitude. Fortitude plus 2% mitigation per stack for 10 seconds. Oh. Okay, so that must be my tank. Whenever this vessel hits a target, receives 1 stack of Savagery, up to 25 stacks. This must be my damage dealer. 1 stack of Compassion. Recreate and Essen Eruption costs 1 less stack. Death of this vessel while in combat occurs a 60-second cooldown to this ability. Okay. Could they be trying to get people to late game sooner? Seems like they're giving you more stuff than I remember from a while ago. Well, what late game? Because it's not like they have all 50 levels done. So, yeah. And can I just say, you guys can't see it. Let me see if I'll turn it off real quick. There are gold sellers in game. Gold seller bots everywhere. Just look for summoners running around cities. You'll see them path to nodes. Yeah. People buying gold in an early access is crazy. Yeah, I will say this. I started playing Path of Exile 2, and Path of Exile 2 makes sense. What class are you playing? Here you are. Here's the wheel. Hello, you don't belong up there. Did you miss your ass warmer? Did you miss it? It's back. This skill tree makes... Yeah, Path of Exile has a really good skill tree. Now that I've played it, every time I play Path of Exile, I'm playing a witch. I'm playing a lich, witch, and I go in, and the first thing I do when I go into my skill tree is type the word minion. in the search bar. So it tells me where all the minion skills are. I was told that Path of Exile 2 was going to be too complicated for people to figure out. Took me like 2 minutes. So. Yeah, you get, like, the tutorial in Path of Exile 2. Oh, wait, never mind. Ignore that. Ignore that. All right, so here I am, right? I'm a new player in a new game. Now, I like one thing that I see. I don't see... I'm gonna... This person in chat just said, casuals 100% kill games, because most think they need to cater to casuals to keep a game going, but all they need to do is not make a monthly sub and get you to buy it. I say it all the time. Gamers are the reason why games suck. Because... when you have people with quite literal dog shit opinions. I actually won't be able to do that anyway. When you have people with dog shit opinions like that, you don't have to cater to casuals. Yes, you do. You do need to cater to casuals. Because if you don't cater to casuals, you don't keep the lights on. You don't get the amount, you don't sell copies of your game. Because every game that's catered to hardcore audiences flourished. Considering how much has been invested into the game so far, the game cannot cater to only hardcore audiences. Like somebody in chat says they should make PvP opt-in for here. Then when the second continent opens, make PvP mandatory for higher end content. No, you dumb fucks. Like, if you make PvP mandatory, if you make it mandatory, people will just quit. They will just go play something else. You have to, there is nothing wrong with PvP. You just make it opt-in. Arenas, battlegrounds, castle sieges, node sieges, guild wars, node wars. You can do family feuds, and then you make caravans rolling PvP zones. If you have world bosses, say you have 15 world bosses, every week, either on a schedule or randomly, 5 of your 15 world bosses are PvP zones. Or maybe you do it monthly. Or maybe you do it every spawn. I'd say you have to cater to at least one audience, and I'm not sure Ashes does right now. Right now, Ashes caters to one audience. The Chinese gold sellers. There are 2 types of successful MMOs. The Asian MMO model, which focuses on the whale and is only successful in Asia, and the American model, which focuses on the casual, is only successful in Americas. You're right. The thing about the Asian MMO model is they make no apology for pay to win, and they make no apology for they make no apology for telling you you're either a wolf or a sheep, and if you're swiping, you're a wolf. Remember, when a game has pay to win in the cash shop, if you're not swiping, you're the content. All right, so we come up to the lieutenant here. Something feels wrong with my body. What if the sickness that grips those goblins outside is contagious? Okay, well, we know there's goblins outside. Keeping the Gatewatcher standing is exhausting. Oh, now we see an icon. Okay, so another brave adventurer. Get over here. By the light of the phoenix, you stand once more upon Vera. If you value wisdom and renewal, the Sunfire Consortium welcomes your fire. Our outpost lies to the east. If you seek order and conquest, speak with my friend and find purpose in Lionhold to the west. Wisdom and renewal. You can only choose one. Yes. I like that. That was good. Give them a warning. You can only choose one. Unpopular opinion. When one big streamer complains about balance, devs jump instantly. Meanwhile, regular player feedback sits for months. Feels like designed by PR panic, not vision. You have seen it 1,000 times where a weapon or ability is nerfed or buffed due to streamer influence. Let me bite on that for a second. Let me bite on that, because you're absolutely right. You have a bunch of people over here, and you have Asmongold over here. You have a bunch of singletons all giving their feedback. And then you have Asmongold giving his feedback. And when he's playing an MMO, he might have anywhere between 80,000 or more people. And when he does a video, he might have 2.5 million or more views on that video. Now, Asmongold has a lot of people that watch his show, watch his videos, leave derogatory comments, don't agree with him, don't follow him, don't whatever. However, the only reason why Asmongold can stay basically the top MMO streamer is because his views have to be agreed upon by a bulk of his followership. If his views weren't followed by a bulk of his viewership, his numbers wouldn't be at 80K plus for an MMO stream or 2.5 million plus for an MMO video review. You would also be able to tell if he started being completely radical off to the side, then his numbers would go down and his influence would go down. I understand that it's disheartening for a customer, for a consumer, because they have every right to say, my view is just as important as Zach's view. And you are correct. Zach's view as a person and your view as a person should be equal. But your view wasn't talked about publicly with all, where the devs could go back and watch the review, watch the video, see the comments, parse the data, and see, you know what, he's saying this, and an awful lot of people agree with him. Becoming a subject matter expert sometimes doesn't mean you're any smarter than anybody else. It just means when you speak, a lot of people agree with you. To some degree, it is warranted to listen to streamers, because if they show off something overpowered or an exploit, then you have potentially tens of thousands doing the same thing the next day, potentially causing issues in game. Yes. Now, heard that the PvP protection was extended to level 10 because of Asmongold. I don't think it was extended because of Asmongold, because if I recall, it was extended, it was created because of Asmongold, but it was extended because people, people were just bored. And that's I'm sorry to say this, but Steven isn't experienced enough in project management to know that data you're getting, like Steven just put out this like 5-paragraph response, and it's such a bullshit response, because he's saying, we know that the nodes are bad, but there's guardrails that we haven't put in yet. Why, if you know that, why don't you just say, we know the nodes are bad. We had a bunch of ideas for guardrails, but we weren't sure which ones were going to be the best ones to use. So we wanted to get a little initial data that helps us make a data-driven decision. If you know the nodes are bad because guardrails aren't done yet, why are you testing? Like, what are you testing for? Now, if a streamer is bitching about balance, it's likely because he's getting hundreds or thousands of comments, DMs, emails from his viewers and going to test it himself. Yeah, you're not wrong. Like, in ArcAge, the first day Holy Bolt came out, I was a god for a week. Like, I was throwing holy bolts that were doing 22,000 damage, healing me for 22,000 health. That one 8-person free-for-all arena, I just stood in the middle and holy bolted the shit out of anybody that got within range. You don't design something that has the ability to go outside the bounds of the intent. Right, exactly. So the guardrails are going to make the nodes better. I feel like there's still a lot missing. If there's something positive you can say about this game, what would it be? Ashes of Creation is a success insofar as you can generate a lot of hype for a lot of promises. Ashes of Creation has already changed the MMORPG market because several of the ideas that they talked about in 2017, 2018 have been implemented by other studios. I feel like this game has gone a long way from the original plot. I would agree with that. I would agree that this game has gone a long way from the original plot. Absolutely. Absolutely. Then your path lies east to Samaya's Hope, our first foothold in Vera's reborn lands. The Sunfire Consortium gathers their scholars, healers, and mages devoted to wisdom and renewal. They labor to reclaim what was lost and light the way forward. Know this, while magic blooms here, its beauty conceals danger. Goblins lurk these runes of our ancestors' ancestors. They may seem frail, yet sickness lends them spite. I see you're armed, but if you desire, there are additional weapons of dubious quality scattered about. Your path lies eastward and carves through the sickly... Your path lies eastward and carves through... That's bad writing. Sorry, the grammar Gestapo in me is... Tarry not, the wind carries your name, and Sunfire Asim Aslam awaits your arrival. Ashes of Creation had significant impact on Pantheon. It caused Pantheon to see and avoid a lot of pitfalls that could have destroyed that game. You aren't wrong. The item tab holds all your general items. I will actually say this. The first time I hit I, you pop up a tutorial. That's good. Ashes got those corruption breaches now. They don't work, but still. That's another thing. Ashes doesn't have to have open world PvP if it has PvP zones. The grammar, and you just stop reading at this point? Yeah. So I'll say that was good. First time you open your inventory, Yeah, Ashes has the new world corruption breaches. Which were always Ashes. I will say this. The breaches from the corruption was always talked about. We always knew that was going to be coming. Okay, I'm going to say this. It's going to make me sound like a douche canoe. But if you're going to use small caps for the character window, use small caps everywhere because small caps are just easier to read. Rusty Scepter. Warped Wand. Okay. This could be the dumbest keybind I've ever seen for flagging. Why the hell is left alt your flag button. Can I change that? Even better. Don't have a PvP toggle flag. I saw Hunter no longer works at Intrepid. Intrepid is still nowhere near full production ready. Kind of worrying to me. Hunter who? Hey, stop it. That white button isn't for you to press. Okay, let me say this. I'm about to shit on Intrepid, and I don't care. They are completely full of shit with their dynamic gridding. Every single thing they say about their dynamic gridding is completely full of shit, and they won't answer the question. They will not answer the simple question. How are you applying dynamic gridding in such a way that you can split a battle in progress in such a way that you don't have grid-to-grid communication? I should say controller to grid controller communication. Because an Unreal Engine 5 grid is capable of handling X number of computations in Y time interval. So I'm just going to say a number. It's not the accurate number, but what we're going to do is we're going to say an Unreal Engine grid can handle 2 million resolutions in 60 seconds. Again, it's not the accurate number, but we're going to just say this for the 50,000 foot view. If I suddenly can split that grid, so I have this standard laid out grid, and then a caravan is here, and I can suddenly split off this grid where I can contain all of the actors on one grid around the caravan, and then all of the other things that were happening on the initial grid, the parent grid, stays separate, that's fine. But if you suddenly have people that are running outside of the new grid, the child grid, the pop-up grid, the dynamic grid, and they're acting on the dynamic grid, but they're standing in the parent grid, you've increased your total number of computations from 2 million to 4 million. Except every pass of data from the child grid to the parent grid uses one of those resolutions. And sometimes, and what people have to realize is casting a fireball isn't one resolution. Casting a fireball can be 100 resolutions, because the controller has to say, okay, Phelan has this much. I got to tell Phelan, I got to tell myself that Phelan's character took this much fire damage. I have to then figure out how much damage he actually takes through damage resolution. But if you're outside the grid, okay, Jay is offside the grid. So now I, as the controller, have to bundle a package to tell the other controller what Jay's supposed to take. And then I might have to receive a reply postcard, because now I have to tell the caster what damage he took, because he has to see the little damage pop up. Now, there's no problem with that. It works. It functions. We know it works, and we know it functions because other games have used it. But the other games that have done it have done so in such a way that they don't worry about dynamic gridding. They worry about static gridding, where they offload content to a static grid. Like, you go into an area and you've crossed over into a static grid. It's a much smaller grid, but it's a world boss. So that world boss is special. He has his own grid. That way, when you go to him and you do the content, you have to, the grid is large enough that in order for you to impact the boss, you have to be on the grid. Because the boss doesn't go, the boss is programmed to stay away from the grid boundaries. Now, yes, you'll get a little peripheral, people standing just outside the grid, hitting people that are just inside the grid, yeah, absolutely. The problem I'm coming up with, you said they're not communicating. Well, they have to communicate cross-controller. But the problem is, having a dynamic grid that pops up is great if all the content is contained in the new child pop-up. But the moment you have to have cross-grid controller communication, then you very easily could be using up all of your resolutions per time interval, communicating back and forth between the grids. It's kind of like the way EVE Online does it. EVE Online uses time dilation. So what happens is, it says, we can handle 2 million resolutions in 60 seconds. Oh shit, there's too many ships on the grid now, so we don't have the ability to suddenly have more than 2 million resolutions. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into 10% time dilation. The grid, the controller recognizes the number of resolutions it's being asked to resolve exceeds what it can, so it slows time down by 10%, limiting the number of inputs the players can do, thus limiting the number of resolutions it needs to do. So what it's doing is it's extending the time interval to lessen the number of resolutions. That's why CCP, Crowd Control Productions, tells alliances and stuff, if you're going to get in a big battle, then what you need to do is let us know in advance so we can dedicate more resources to your battle. This looks terrible. That is just, never mind. Not even going to criticize it. Do I think they'll implement procedurally generated environments to speed up this whole process? I am not going to... I don't know enough about game design. I know project management. I do not know game design. But I've been told by people that I trust that a lot of the environment is just generated. It's been generated automatically by... Somebody help me out, one of you game programmer type motherfuckers. Unreal Engine can terraform landscape automatically. And then it's not like somebody has manually crafted this whole world. They've just gone back and manually touched it off. They've retouched everything, but this isn't organically all hand generated. But again, I don't know enough about game design to confirm or deny whether or not that's true. Okay. Dismiss should not be here. Fucking dumb. Dismiss should be there. That way combat commands are there. Sick should be here. Sick should be down here. Dismiss should be over there. It's like nobody at Intrepid ever played a pet class before. Yeah, I generally don't. I generally don't end up using all of my pet commands. I find out which ones are actually useful. Okay, so far, this isn't the worst summoner I've ever played in a game. But this is still... This basic attack shit being like your mainstay of combat. Like they had a dedicated UI specialist, and then he left the company. I don't know if he was let go or if he didn't want to work there anymore. Okay, so far the summoner isn't terrible. A summoner should always be stronger than their pets. But right now, I think what you're saying is, right now, it doesn't seem like the summoner relies on their pet. It feels like this feels more like WoW Hunter. Yeah, I haven't been using lunge and incapacitate and eviscerate. Well, I did a couple of times. I didn't exactly like the one that bounced across the screen, because it was like attack this guy and then it went that way. But what I will combat basics, hold on, is there a summoner's basics here? No, not yet. Yeah, there's 3 summons. There's 3 summons. Now, what I don't see, right? What I think is missing right off the bat is where's my ability to heal my pet. Generally, you have an ability in most games that allows you to heal your pet using your life. What the fuck? Your summon vessel moves 10% faster, and its basic attacks generate 1 additional essence. You deal 125 necrotic damage and 100% necrotic damage to enemies in an area around the target. Okay. Oh, there it is. So they don't give it to you free. You got to pick it up. I'm going to say right off the bat, so far we have necrotic damage We have arcane damage. Yeah, what is up with the skill tree? Like, they're... Like, I guess if it doesn't have a line to it, like, I guess this one is gonna be free to pick because nothing leads to it. Oh. Oh, wait. You can... Okay. Why? Okay. It's a spell list. Yeah, why can't you pick the freestanding ones level up? Because they don't have anything on here that indicates the level these will unlock. Which is fine. But it would be nice... It would be nice if you knew what, Hey, yeah, it's, like Arcage times. I can't wait for Arcage this year. Arcage should be out this year. Hex deals 225% arcane damage and applies exposed to the target upon expiration. Your Spirit Shred, Disintegrate, and Summon Vessel's basic attack reduces Hex's duration by 1 second, and weapon combo finishers reduce it by 2 seconds. When it expires, its cooldown is reset. Okay. So... it's a bomb. Got it. Destiny rewards available. Destinies are paths that will guide your progress through Vera. All right, so this is actually good. This is actually a really good feature to have because it has you do things without every single thing having to be a bullshit quest. Miss my 101 videos on Arcage. I miss making YouTube videos, but I need to have a good subject in order to make good videos. Okay, I need to have a good subject in order to make videos. Most of my videos aren't good. This is a clever way to do a lot of the bullshit, like, novice stuff. I'll give them this. The Destiny system, pretty good. Okay, well... Not bad. Tony the Tank. Good name, Tony. See, I hear a lot of people rave about the graphics. I hear a lot of people go on and on and on about how good the graphics are. I don't think the graphics are good, and I don't feel like getting into a subjective quality fight with people. I simply don't think these are amazing. The summon looks lame. I mean, I like the idea. It's what? I don't even know what the hell you are. It's a spirit hunter. It's like part gargoyle, part bat, part, I don't know, frou-frou golden retriever. Alpha 1 looked better. It had actual art style. Yeah. Not theirs. The showcases from a few years ago look better. Everything looks kind of stock instead of a tailored design language for a project. Why is there a thing with wings walking everywhere? Yeah, good question. Approach adventurer. I am Essis Aslam, Sentinel of Admissions for the Sunfire Consortium and Guardian of Samia's Hope. The winds spoke of your arrival and the goblins you've sent back to dust. My thanks, but I fear they are legion. You may proceed. Samia's Hope awaits in the valley below, and with it, the Emir Assume Akor. I think it's good to talk about the difference between graphical design and graphical fidelity. Yes, it is. I hate the graphic design. I like some of the graphical fidelity. I think the quality of some things is good, but it's like, yeah, you tried Ashes but can't seem to fix the blurry look. Yeah. The fidelity is acceptable. Security camera catches, but okay. Like, for example, I think this little rock cropping right here looks fine. I think it looks fine. I think the tree looks fine. I think the barrels over there look fine. But it doesn't it doesn't flow right. Like the tree back there. No, I haven't. Please, I just got my gaming rig back yesterday. I installed this shit so that on my checklist of things to do is my one Ashes of Creation stream for the phase we're in. Graphic options. Graphics. Wasn't the options. I thought I enabled it. Auto attack enabled. The composition of graphical assets is not coherent. Yes. I said this at the beginning of Alpha 2 testing. It's like they had... It's like they had the character team in one building, the asset team in another building, and the environment team in a third building. They all did their part of the project. Nobody talked to each other. And then they threw it all together and they're like, well, that doesn't look good. Oh, look at that. I've been in the game for 10 minutes. I have a sexy looking cape. Oh, I have an even sexier looking cape. That's so fucking terrible. That's so bad. Look at that shit. That's fucking terrible. Who the fuck? That's supposed to be ice. Ugh. That's not bad. The Jon Snow is pretty good. But like, you see what I'm saying? Like, oh wait. Oh no, I can't handle that. That was terrible. That was absolutely awful. It made it sounded like it was dying. Like I don't want to kill it when I want to send it home. I just want to send it home. But like, look at what I'm like. This is what I'm talking about. Look at the character, and then look at the asset on it. Like, this asset, in my opinion, is pretty good. That's just fucking terrible. Like, that's terrible too. And again, that one's not bad. I just kind of have the same problem with its map like Once Human has, where the map feels like Disneyland. It just feels artificial and not a lived-in world. A lot of that with Once Human has to do with they went in 12 directions with the game. Game options, accessibility, visuals. And like, why? Hold on. See, I know this isn't the case, but I literally feel like this game is assembled from Unreal Engine store assets, because those characters don't look don't seem to fit with the background image. Not the sky, but the tent. And then the characters themselves look like it's like they're from different games. It's like this shit's Wreck-It Ralph. And people from different games have been walking in to talk to each other. And that character looks like it's molded out of clay. I am Amir Osan Akor, steward of Samia's Hope and voice of the Sunfire Consortium. Our pilgrimage is to reclaim what was lost and to kindle what remains. Gold and glory are fleeting embers, but wisdom, craft, and courage, they burn without end. If you've come seeking purpose, the flame welcomes you. If not, then you may at least walk in its light. Do you understand? I understand this was written by AI. Good, let me see your medallion. Yes, it shimmers true. You've walked through shadow and sickness to reach these lands. Dude, I popped out of a blue portal. Somebody told me to take a left, and I took a left. Take this steed, its stride, its sure, its spirit bright. Treat it with respect, and it will carry you farther than gold ever could. I crossed from Sanctus into Vera through a divine gateway into the ruins of... Oh, that must be my story. Glint is a valuable currency dropped as loot from NPCs. Yes, and it's your Glint system, and it's absolutely terrible. Destiny rewards available. Okay, so the blue, the fur on its head isn't bad, but these ice things are terrible. How do I dismiss my mount? It's magic ice, not normal ice. Yeah, some of these are backer rewards. How the hell do I dismiss my mount? Fine, L, whatever. Great. Track. Awesome. Summon it again to dismiss it. Where's my happy little guy? Oh yeah, you're looking plastic. That's pretty good looking though. A skeletal camel? Cool. The otter looks okay. I must say that I greatly appreciate you advising me against buying a gaming computer for this game several years ago. I probably would have had to upgrade by full release. Yeah, if you didn't need the computer, there was no point to upgrade it. Yeah, that's... I'm sorry. The saddle looks good. The bamboo looks good. That just doesn't look good. That looks good. Oh, okay, yeah, that looks really decent. That's actually solid. I remember Steven said they would have the game run 100 versus 100 battles on a 1060. No, he never said that. The only reference to hardware they said is that they wanted to be able to run the game on hardware that was 5 years old. When he made that statement, that was the hardware that was 5 years old. But now, your hardware is now 30 series are the 5-year-old hardware. That looks decent. That's not too bad. Although, why the stick? Okay, whatever. What up, bear? Nah, that bear looks terrible. I'm sorry. That looks like shit. That, yeah. Send that back to the fucking art department. All right. The sound of that mount moving unsettles you? Yeah. Oh yeah, whatever happened to we would have a cosmetic wardrobe for all of our cosmetics? Because I don't want to be using up all my inventory space for the fucking piles of shit that I own. You fight with purpose, yet your spirit drifts. A flame without a heart burns wild, and wildfire consumes itself. The Ember Spring anchors us. It binds your coil to our cause. You are not yet attuned, and I cannot build a fortress on shifting sand. Hold on, I don't have the fucking magic 8-ball to translate for me. The Root Warden tends the fire at Simius Hope. Seek them out. They will guide the right to tie your coil to this place. It ensures that when the root way pulls, you do not tear. Go secure your essence. We greet you as one voice. The Ember Spring rises from the rootway, gentle and steady, carrying the memory of all who travel. Its warmth binds coils to the living flow. This is the first step. Death is the inevitable next. All coils loosen in time. When one falls near a tended Ember Spring, a trace of their spirit lingers along the rootway. If the tether holds, the spirit may draw that echo back, and life may rise again where it is remembered. Attunement strengthens the tether, but only to a single spring. When the spring knows you, return to a mere core. All right. This is not only good writing, but the best MMO writing ever. Yeah, right. At least I will say this. As an MMO veteran, I know what a respawn point is. But I do appreciate them writing lore for why we respawn. Not everything's going to be negative, and I will say I really do appreciate what they did there. Why am I immortal? I'm not. The world tethers me back. Although, it only helps if you actually actually attune to the crystal. Lore is nice. Legible lore is nicer. Yeah. Real talk. A for effort, A also for cringe. Who the fuck programmed this running jump? Did the person who programmed this running jump never run or jump? What the fuck is with the leg movement on the fucking running jump? We're off to see the wonderful Wizard of Oz. I have no idea what server I'm on. I'm on the server that started on 12.3. Not that it's gonna matter, because I'm doing this playthrough because I told my audience I would always cover Ashes at each interval. And then I'm not saying that as soon as this stream is over that I'm uninstalling this stuff. But what I'm saying is that I only have a 2 terabyte hard drive. And my cat's on fire. We'll take you into Sand Squall with us today, but our larders are bare. The desert demands its tithe, and we're unable to pay you. The desert takes its due. Food, water, anything that keeps us alive out here. Yesterday, a crate of flatbreads. The food is gone, though we caught the thief. Sly Zerum awaits judgment in our brig. No, it's not a brig. Brigs are on ships. In our jail. Make him speak. Find out where he hid our bread. Oh, it's fucking... Might be in the stockade. Seems people I see, I send back as many over the line hold as I welcome. Do you have people? Have you got a sense of where you're going to? Then I won't keep you further. Carry on. Take care if you're headed out east. There's brigandry. You don't build the jail against the outer wall. You don't build the jail against the outer fucking wall. You build the, yeah, that's a big fucking gate. You build the fucking jail in the middle so that you don't have to waste all this metal. A new hound for Amir. You smell of dust and panic. Did he send you to beg for scraps? Yeah, could he not just lift up the log? Yeah, no shit. The flatbreads, I wouldn't touch Amir's grain. There are finer ways to feed oneself. Last I heard, something was left near the eastmost tower. If you're set on this errand, look for a ruined temple. A dead drop within for a doomed expedition. Go on then, it matters little to me. I'm gonna ask a really stupid question. Work with me here for a second. I know I'm being a persnickety little bitch here, but you took the time, and I'm gonna come over here just so we can look at the thought process. You obviously can forge metal, right? Because so you built a wood encampment right next to stone walls that are double the size of your. Why not just put all of your effort into putting a gate here? Oh, I forgot. It's because you have the level 25 with 6 million fucking hit points. Oh. Why did they not just clear and set up this camp in this area? Because reasons, man. Reasons. Can I also say that in the year 2025, I'm sorry, 2026, manually looting is just dumb. Like, just straight dumb. I am a summoner. Because I've tested Cleric and I've tested Mage and I've tested Ranger. And I was gonna test, Summoner when this build first came out, but of course, my PC decided to die. I do want to give a shout out to Origin for fixing it for free, paying to ship it. It's about a 45-pound case and everything, and they took care of it. But I'm a little pissed off that the work was done on it on December 18th, and they didn't ship it back to me until 3 days ago. That was a little annoying. The pet does do more damage, and as we level it up a little bit, we're going to find out, and that's a good thing. The summoner creatures with white names and prey icons can be hunted using the hunting artisan ship. That's great. Quest items are stored. Okay, I'm gonna be a snarky bitch. You shouldn't have this called a crate of stolen flatbread if you have a crate system. Because then you're using words and you're not using them consistently. This would be a quest like this would be great if they gave you a donkey and they said, hey, we lost the shipment. We're gonna give you a donkey, go get this crate. Or if they put it on your back so that you realize how slow you move with a crate on your back, and then said, hey, a mule will make that easier. They don't really... Also, I'm gonna jump a topic. I don't like the fact that I'm getting scepter XP just because I have a scepter equipped. They will make you run a crate, and they very well may, but here's the problem. You just put a crate in my bag, and then later they're gonna make me run a crate. So why don't you just call it a shipment? Why, instead of this being called a crate of stolen flatbreads, call it a shipment? Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Looks like you put, yeah. I'm on top of everybody. But the sad part is, this was supposed to be like the revolutionary game. And this has now become, and you can defend it if you want to, but I don't think there's anything not generic about Ashes. I think this is very, very, very much just a generic MMO. So it is in Valoon partnership. We would do well to nip that in the bud before it flowers. Seven guide us past these conflicts. Our new world depends on it. Thank you for your help. Complete. Hey, look at that. Farewell. Three new skill points available. Yay. That's what happens when you take so long to even create an idea. Yeah. Yeah, somebody just said kind of crazy at level 7 the game turns into a grind fest. It's supposed to be a grind fest. You return the crate intact. He is a thief, not a philanthropist. This victory feels uncertain. To surrender food is to admit defeat, unless the bread matters less than the position he keeps here. He wants to remain close, closer than I find comfortable. The scent is sour, wrong. We should not eat this. It may be poison. I can only speculate as to the effects the poison would bring. It bears further investigation. You did as you were asked. You've earned the reward. I need a scholar's eye, not a sword. Go to Cleric Beam. He excels in matters of poisons and curses. If it indeed this is poisoned, he will know the truth. We served in the Crescent Blades together. He chose books, I chose command. If this bread is a weapon, Bayham will find the forge. Why are we looking for a forge? Don't we need a bakery? Ah, that's better. Sorry, I'm bleaching my fucking eyeballs. Had my window open yesterday in case the UPS guy came early. UPS around here kind of sucks. Because if your stuff gets put on the truck that goes to the base, and the base is most of the truck, it'll be like, your delivery is scheduled between 2 and 4. And then you look at it and it's all of a sudden, your delivery is on its way. All right. Do I see significant progress being made since last phase? Significant? No. Minor? Yes. Is it possible that the progress I'm seeing is based on playing summoner instead of cleric again? Absolutely. So like I shouldn't be getting any scepter points because I'm not using my scepter. I should only get skill points when I'm using the weapon. But that is what it is. That's the way they chose to do it. A finisher that deals additional damage and triggers additional deadly finisher effects. And applies shield to your target. Main issue right now is they removed all PvP incentives / are bugged. Yeah, but here's the problem for you. They don't have, the only event that they have in right now, to my knowledge, I could be wrong. They have caravans in, which don't really work. And node sieges, which don't really work. They shouldn't even have flagging enabled right now. They have a lot of stuff that doesn't work. Yeah. After 1 second of movement while sprinting, gain 10% resistance to control effects. Dodging now has a 5% chance to cleanse dazed, weakened, snared, or chilled. Well, we'll do that. Yeah, I don't understand their development pipeline at all. I don't understand the process they're using. You have to have flagging so we can fight over the best vantage point for drying paint and growing grass. That's okay, they don't either. Yeah, right? You walk heavy, friend. Lift your knees. It saves your back. You carry a dark burden. Is that bread? Fascinating and troubling. I've not seen bread like this before. See the red grit somehow added after the baking? I believe Amir's instinct is correct. This is poison of a kind. But if I can confirm anything, I need more of this. This red substance is a mystery to me, and there's little I can glean from it in this state. I need an unalterated sample. We need to learn what common bandits learn to employ such techniques. Go to space, double space, their camps. See if you can space, double space, you find more, or perhaps some indication of the process they're using. And mind your footing. Old ankles and adventurers both despise loose stones. I wonder if that's space, double spaces, from where the language model put in all the EM dashes. Okay, I don't... It says Destiny rewards available. But I go in here and I don't see Destiny rewards available. Also don't need you to keep walking that guy towards me, thank you. Click on the nodes. Oh. That's a goofy way to do that, but okay. Thank you. I'm gonna claim all button, finding where any... Yeah, I want to claim all button, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. And this right here... So, these mobs should link. Why is this mob standing there while I'm beating the shit out of its friend and not linking? We got to this quest, there were 6 players for every quest mob. Yeah, and this is because they haven't done anything new. What they've done, and I'm sorry, but I'm gonna call them out on their bullshit fix, is they've made the respawn really, really quick. Which is fine. There's no problem with that. But then don't make, like, ArcAge had this problem. At character launch, you're gonna have hundreds of people. And then later on down the road, you're not. So why, like, Intrepid Steven said many years ago, what I'm building is gonna be different than all the other games you've ever seen. There is nothing different about Ashes. Yeah, pick the orb from the server. There's only one per, only one every like 10 minutes. Remember light the candle in Halcyona? And I got so much hate mail because I knew where the camera was. I knew where the candle was. I knew what its respawn timer was. And I knew that it was a pain in the ass. So I had a thumb trigger for, just spamming E. So I walked into the room, hit my spam trigger, and the very next one I got. And people were pissed, and I'm like, guys, I'm not, like, what's the wait in line shit? I'm not about to wait in line. Part of the reason why there's nothing unique is because other games have already taken, implemented, and iterated upon their original ideas. Yeah, most of them. Yeah, I saw somebody say that tagging shouldn't be unique when it's for quest completion, and I agree with you, but then what did they do with this quest? They made this quest a droppable. So apparently the thing I'm looking for, I've gotten one of them. I've gotten one of the things. But I haven't gotten the other one. Ashes of Creation's window of opportunity has closed. Yes. Unfortunately. Dude, why? Because I do one stream for every testing cycle so that I have it, that I've done it, and it's recorded. Because years and years and years and years and years ago, a lot of people used my affiliate code, and I said that I would track Ashes through to completion, and I have integrity, unlike some companies. And because I said I would follow the development, I do one stream. I just got my gaming PC back yesterday. My gaming PC went back to Origin on 5 December, which was just before the Ashes start. I did cover Ashes, but I never actually played the game. So this right here is why I say RNG and quest drop rewards never feels good. So I've gotten the Robe Stranger's orders. Bring the cursed goblin blood, but do not let the ruffians handle it. Now, I could understand. First of all, let me just say this. This bullshit right here. Intrepid put in all these like open world events. Congratulations, you're not original. ESO has them. Guild Wars 2 has them. Final Fantasy 14 has them. They're really easy to do and make it look like you've created content because they spawn and they're repeatable. But this questing experience, like, I would rather have no circle on my map telling me they don't work either. That's so bad. I would rather not have a circle on my map and have to figure stuff out. And like this quest almost has the precursor to making this good, because it says, bring the cursed goblin blood and do not let their ruffians handle it. Gather the food in a ritual circle, scatter the blood, recite the words. Well, if that actually led me to like another location, like, I just happened to blind see that. You said, go gather the blood, take it to the ritual circle. Where's the fucking ritual circle? The ritual circle should have been up there. Like, you had a perfect opportunity to do what you said you were going to do. The quests are going to lead you on little adventures. I think they should drop the dynamic bullshit, make the static one work first, then move towards dynamic. Yes, that's absolutely what they should have done. They have wasted tens of thousands of man hours to develop dynamic gridding, but then you'll notice they'll never answer my one question. How did you balance dynamic gridding with content density? The next content creator who gets an interview with Steven needs to ask him that stump-a-chump question, because they're literally building a piece of technology they do not need. You don't need dynamic gridding. Every other game developer that I've talked to, they've all said the same thing. Dynamic gridding is something that you have to let, like, Epic work out, because they're the engine designer. If you don't have it available right now, don't try to build it. Build your game with static gridding, control content density. And I'm going to take a quick break, but you want to have 500 versus 500 in castle sieges, and you can't make it work. Cool. Then the solution is, instead of having 500 people on this one grid, 1, 2, 3, the castle, and the siege headquarters. 100, 100, 100, 100, 100. Each one of these three gives a buff. If the attackers destroy this, the siege is over. If the attackers capture this, the siege is over. And then these three things give buffs to the army that controls them. So, yeah, it's not as glorious if you're on the team of people assigned to capture one of the three sublocations, but your work is directly contributing to how much damage your two main parties are doing. Great, you still have a 500 and 500 siege, but now you've put it into 5 instances. You still need to be able to coordinate the right people to show up. You've kept all of the strategic top level stuff there, but now you've divided the tactical level out into 5 strategic engagements. You can't put all your best PvPers on attack, because you have to be able to hold your throne room or your campaign headquarters. You got to have a blend of good PvPers and sub-commanders at the 3 locations, because if you lose all 3, the other team's going to roll over you. Look at that. I didn't need to develop dynamic gridding. I took what you wanted, I looked in the toolbox, and I said, what tools do we have? And I'm like, well, shit, we don't have a nail gun. Well, a nail gun would make this easier. Well, we have a hammer and a pipe. Which do you want to use? Let's make it work with what we have. Be right back. Dynamic gridding is the fusion of MMO development. It's always 3 years away. You're right. This bread is cursed, corrupted. The blood is product and catalyst. We need the formula. When the winds shift, I sometimes catch The scent of ritual fires east. I suspect the goblins are not far from those rations you found. Okay. Gravehide seers lead their creepers away from their camps. I see them pass by after dark towards the abandoned encampment. The seers then return alone, soaked in blood. We need to confirm the source of the poison. Sure. Launch a bolt towards the enemy, dealing 150% arcane damage. Activate again within 5 seconds of hitting to teleport your active vessel to its location. Hunter vessels are teleported behind the target. Okay. Apply rooted to target enemy. Okay. Your summon vessel moves 10% faster, and its basic attacks generate 1% more essence. Upon hitting a target under the effect of your hex, Mortal Blast deals 25% more damage to the target and reduces its duration by 2 seconds. Each enemy hit by that is inflicted with your spiritual spreads. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Perfectly balanced and unique classes is a pipe dream. No, it's not. But you have to, if you can't make things mathematically perfect, you have to balance them imperfectly. Because it's not about, what I mean by that is, we always fuck up class balance. And we fuck up class balance right from the very beginning. Tanks have 100 hit points, damage dealers have 85 hit points, healers have 70 hit points. I don't give a shit what you do from that point forward. You've started an arbitrary change. Hit points should be based on constitution. So if I want to have a healer that puts all my points into constitution, I can do that. Why does that damn cleric have 47,000 hit points? Oh no. Well, we need to do something about that. Why? He's got 47,000 hit points, and his heal does 100 because he's got no points in spirit. What's that fire guy? That's my pet. That is my spirit hunter. And it's actually funny you say, what's the fire guy? I couldn't think of a character name. So I'm sitting here with my candle burning. And I was like, I need a name. And I was like, Crackles as it burns. Oh, Crackle burns. Individual balance needs to be considered. No, it doesn't. Let me help you out with that. No, it doesn't. Period. You don't have to build. You do not have to consider individual balance. You can if you want to. But you should not feel it necessary to worry about individual balance. If you want to worry about individual balance, do it. But if you don't want to worry about individual balance, then make your game not 1v1 balanced. Make your game party balanced. And the reason why balance becomes such a nightmare to begin with, WoW balances stuff till no they don't. Fuck off. WoW does not. But to go to what you said though, you will encounter duels in the open world. You won't encounter duels in the open world. you'll encounter one-on-one engagements. Because you're building a game with non-consensual PvP, now you have to consider 1v1 balance. 7 years ago when Steven said that, and he said, we're going to have an opt-in PvP system. I'm sorry, we're not going to have an opt-in PvP system. You're going to be able to be killed against your will, but we're not worried about 1v1 balance. I brought it up 7 years ago. I said that those are oxymoronical statements. If you're going to force me to PvP against people I do not want to PvP against, then you have got to worry about PvP balance. As I've said many times, and I'll do the PvP balance problem, that it doesn't work. Rock, paper, scissors balance. Tank, support, damage dealer. To do rock, paper, scissors balance, for what people want, they think they want balance. It's like, this is one of those times where I'm literally saying you think you do, but you don't. So we start with the damage dealers. And if we're doing rock, paper, scissors, that means the damage dealer has to kill somebody and has to die to somebody. So the damage dealer kills the support. The tank kills the damage dealer. Okay. How the hell does the support kill the tank? The damage dealer had enough damage to overcome the support's healing. And the tank had enough damage mitigation to overcome the damage dealer's damage. But now the support somehow generates enough damage to overcome the tank's mitigation? No, I don't think so. So we do it the other way. The tank kills the support. The damage dealer kills the tank. Tell me every damage dealer in your game isn't going to cry like a baby that just lost their passy when supports are designed to kill damage dealers. Right off the bat, the entire thought process of rock, paper, scissors balance goes right out the window. We go to the other side, and what we do is we don't do rock, paper, scissors balancing. We can do it where everybody can kill everybody, or, and hear me out, we could design the game. No, not PvP groups. This is just one-on-one. This is just one-on-one. We could design the game where at max level, max gear, max skill, max play, nobody can kill anybody at level 50. The support can't overcome the tank's mitigation per second. The tank can't overcome the healers, the support's heals per second. The damage dealer can't overcome the tank's mitigation per second, but damage dealers have enough skills in their kit to disengage and vanish and not die. Damage dealers can't overcome the support's heals per second, but the support, again, can't lock down the damage dealer so the damage dealer can escape. If you build it like that, where nobody can kill anybody at level 50, now you just take out non-consensual PvP and you're good to go. If you do that, you've got enough content to keep everybody happy, but you're not wasting your time. But they want tanks to have CC, so that wouldn't work versus DPS. Right, you can give tanks CC. And that's a great point. I'm glad you brought it up, because what you have is you have your tank. And you have things that you have to take in your kit. You have to take damage. you have to take mitigation, and as a tank, you should be taking a lot of mitigation-based skills. You should be taking CC and CC breaks. Now, if your kit, assumingly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We'll assume you have 11 points. Which this is just on paper. This isn't for ashes. So we're gonna put 11 points down. Well, how does a damage dealer beat that? Well, in damage, the damage dealer is gonna have that. But damage dealers are probably only gonna have like one mitigation skill. They're going to have like smoke screen or perfect dodge or evasion or some shit that gives them the, oh fuck, I pulled aggro. Mobility is CC break. We can do that. But mitigation is not mobility. CC break is mobility. Well, your damage dealer, your tank is at 6 points in these two. Your damage dealer is only at 5. If that's your layout, the tank can never lock down the damage dealer. Because the tank has 2 CCs, but the damage dealer has 3 CC breaks. So at some point, and you're right, maybe the damage dealer's mitigation is speed, is a mobility. That means the tank is not going to be able to maintain pursuit because the damage dealer is always going to have one additional CC break and will just keep getting further and further away from the tank. Break CCs and get away. Right. That's where your gamers are Anne fucking Boleyn. Let them eat cake. Well, you want your cake and you want to be able to eat it too. Well, no shit. If I have cake, I want to be able to eat it. But I want to have a game that makes sense. I also want a game that gives freedom. If you want to be a damage dealer that only has 2 damage abilities and 5 CCs because you like being a CC class, then play that. Play that. For about a year in EVE Online, I was a Falcon pilot. Do you know how much it sucks being like the champion of the fucking day? Because you're keeping 7, you're a Falcon pilot, you have no shields because your whole mid slot is all jammers. You're keeping 7 ships locked down. They can't do anything. And you don't have enough damage to even get on the kill mails. This is back before EVE Online expanded their... So it's like, guys, this sucks. I'm saving all your asses. The one you said about support beats DPS and fine. No, it's not. And the reason why is this. If a damage dealer can overcome a tank's mitigation, it makes no sense that a damage dealer can't overcome a support's healing. Because mitigation and heals per second should be roughly the same. So the damage dealer can burn through a tank's mitigation, but can't burn through a healer. Can't burn through a healer's heals per second. Rogue beats all in this game 1v1. Again, which is why you shouldn't have 1v1. You shouldn't worry about balancing for 1v1 combat. I feel like that makes sense for a rogue. No, it doesn't, because then the problem is this. Rogues should not by default beat everyone. But self-healing doesn't have a cooldown. Yes, it does. It has the cooldown on the abilities. Whatever your heal abilities are, your cooldown. Mitigation doesn't have as many cooldowns because mitigation is both in the form of avoidance, parry, dodge, block, and of course, Ashes had to go and try to blend active and passive combat, which they sucked at. It never worked. It still doesn't work. I'm talking balance, the purest form of balance. A tank is going to have a high block rate by default. as long as the tank can stay in front of you. Force you to attack in that frontal arc. There shouldn't be, if you're doing true balance, there shouldn't be more time on a mitigation skill than there is on a healing skill than there is on a damage skill. Also, at the end of the day, what PvPers don't like, and I respect this, and I respect that they don't like it, and that's fine. I feel like DPS needs to be able to beat both depending on how they spec, like stacking more wounds to deal with heals or penetration to beat tanks. But they can't deal with both if they build one way. And right, now let me help you out. I like you. You've been in my community for a long time. This is a reason why we don't let people like you have an opinion on how to do balance. Because you're not interested in balance now. You're not interested in balance. Period. Then just say that. Don't say I'm trying to do balance. Say I'm trying to make damage dealers more powerful than the other two classes. And then I'll be like, okay. No, the problem is that my example is rock, paper, scissors. You don't, if you're the rock, you don't get to respec. That's why I said the problem with RPS balancing is what you're saying is you don't want rock, paper, scissors. The damage dealer is the rock. It loses to paper. It beats scissors. There is no the rock gets to respec. Because it's rock, paper, scissors balancing. Support can build for more damage too, and same with tank if they choose. Stop thinking about ashes. Start thinking about what we're talking about, and that is rock, paper, scissors balancing. Period. Dot. We're not talking about ashes in this example. We're talking about core, fundamental rock, paper, scissors balancing. If tank and support can build for more damage, then you cannot use rock, paper, scissors balancing, because then you don't have a support anymore. You have a damage dealer. You don't. It can work with the Holy Trinity. I just explained it. It's real simple. It works with the Trinity, and it works like this. Tank, damage dealer, support. Either we do what you want, and I agree to that. You can build your class any way you want. So depending on gear, spec, build, player skill, anybody can beat anybody. But now what you have is a 1v1 PvP game. Or if we want a group game, then at max level, max skill, max gear, you can never beat anybody. And then now you have a group PvP game. You can do either, but neither of those are rock, paper, scissors balancing. You notice in rock, paper, scissors, you lose to one, you win one, you tie one. This is either not rock, paper, scissors, or it's we just don't 1v1 PvP. This works because then, to go back to what started this, where Salty Bread said about balance, then you're saying we're not, you literally tell the player base, we're not balancing rock, paper, scissors. So I'll give you a rogue beats mage because of build. A standard rogue versus a standard mage. A rogue encounters a mage that's built like a standard mage. The rogue wins. So mage wears plate and beats rogue. So rogue uses dot bleed poison, beats mage. So mage specs more cleanses, beats rogue. So rogue equips magic weapon to overcome plate. And they go back and forth. Because now you're not saying rogues beat mages. You're saying out of the box, rogues beat mages. But mages can overcome that. So now you have mage in plate beats rogue. But now mage in plate loses to mage in cloth because mage in cloth does more damage to plate. Mage in plate can't do enough damage to mage in cloth. So now what you've done is you've changed it. Why not take the RuneScape approach and just rock, paper, scissors the DPS and leave tanks and healers alone? Would that not work? It doesn't work if you're going to have open world flagging because you have tanks and healers in the open world. If you're going to run into them in the open world, then you have to have decided how do they play in. And it's not the game developers that are the problem. It's the players that are the problem. Because the players don't want to be told that they're going to lose 33% of the time. And the trick to that is design the rest of your PvP around what you want the meaningful content to be. Let's be honest. Let's everybody put all the bullshit to the side for a second, which I'm tired of having to argue through people's bullshit. It would make sense for a DPS to lose to tank and healer. Yeah, it does make sense for a DPS to lose to a tank and a healer. If the healer has moved out of some of its healing and into some of its damage, which is then fine because you've created a world where they can do that. It's okay if you can't respec on the fly because now that tank is making a decision to take 2 less mitigation abilities, 1 more damage and 1 more CC. But now the tank happens to be out in the world and now there's a caravan under attack. Well, now the tank is like, well, shit, I'm in the wrong build. To use the EVE Online example, which is why I disagree with your ability. I disagree with that as well. I think EVE Online is the game that needs to be looked at for all the things it did right. Like, as a Falcon pilot, I ran 7 jammers. I ran 2 for Keldari, 1 for Gallente, 1 for Minmatar, 1 for Amar, and then either 2 multi-specs or, depending on who we were thinking we were going to run into, if we knew what fleet comp they would be in, I would throw off my 2 multi-specs and put in 2 more specifics. I always ran 2 Keldari because I wanted to be able to jam out if they had a Falcon. I wanted to be able to jam that out. So I would jam it and then I would stagger step the other jammer. So there was always, they were just permalocked. But that was me building specific. If I was 5 Keldari, 2 Gallente jammers, that works until a Minmatar autocane fleet jumped on top of us, and they're like, jam them. I'm like, I'm fucked, man. You told me to run 5 Keldari, 2 Gallente. I can't fuck. I can put 5 jammers on one guy and maybe get a jam. Like right now, I have a CC break with no mana regen on my summoner, but the fact I can just swap between them gives me no sense of regret. CC break for PvP and mana regen for PvP. I can just swap whenever. It's kind of boring. Right, you shouldn't be able to respec on the fly. You should only ever be able to respec your character at a node, or at a base, or at a town, or at a whatever, so that we don't just focus on ashes. You should not be able to respec on the fly. You should only be able to respec at bases, at in Civilization. Just like if you add on to that, once you go into a dungeon, dungeons should be An Unreal process has crashed. Yes, dungeons. I can't even close the game client. Once you go into a dungeon, that should be it. You can't leave. If you leave the dungeons should be you go in with what you have. If you have to leave, you're done. Well, what about really long dungeons? Have a camp inside of them. Did the game go down? That would actually be cool, but you can't respec when you're in a dungeon. Yeah, it's how it should be. You should... I understand that we have to have... Like, personally, I would completely... I have a thought process in my head for how to do magic in an MMO. Same thing that I kind of do with... I used to tabletop Big Eyes Small Mouth. It was just a 20 base system. And I really liked it because it was easy to do rules for. I think we make games... I think we make bad games now. Well, not we. I think they make bad games now. Because they're listening to players. And the story I'm going to tell came from the Ashes of Creation Discord. Talking about New World and how I was excited that New World was going to be an open world survival, fort building, full loot drop game. And this person said, yeah, I was in the testing and I told them, I said all the feedback that the game that they were trying to design is wrong. And I said, well, why is that? And they said, because an open world, full loot drop, fort building survival game isn't going to be popular. And I started talking to the person. The person literally said, they said, but it doesn't matter to me because I'm never going to play New World. Why the fuck are you giving feedback on a game that you're never going to play? People would freak out if they suddenly removed the ability to respec anywhere, but that's how old school MMOs did it. Yeah, did you know some old school MMOs you couldn't respec? Period. That was it. You made a choice. You picked a spell. That was it. Because guess what? In tabletop, you can't respec. Yeah, EverQuest. No respec. Ever. You know how you respec in EverQuest? You rolled a new character. Now. Yeah, you re-roll. People love to know they've impacted something for worse results they've never seen. Something they don't care about, doesn't matter. They changed the thing. End up. You're right. And that's the real shit of it. We're just at a situation where people are like, I want an old school MMO. No, you don't. You think you do, but you don't. You want the best parts of an old school MMO. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is that doing there? You want some of the things about an old school MMO, but you want some of the quality of life features that we've gotten. You want a good blend of them. Like, for example, I totally respect the idea that people don't like Party Finder. I get it. Totally respect your viewpoint. But the world is fucking different now. The world is different. They're only used... When WoW came out, if I recall correctly, WoW was the 21st MMO on the market. Well, not MMO, but 21st, how shall we say, persistent online game. Now, there's hundreds of persistent online games. So you want them to make a... You want them to recreate the love of WoW. WoW wasn't that good. WoW was just better than EverQuest and Anarchy Online. And, Final Fantasy XI. And some of the other games that were out. WoW wasn't this, oh my god, what the fuck, barbecue chicken, so amazing game. WoW, what it brought was a lot of quality of life features. Here's a good quality of life feature that WoW brought. Final Fantasy XI doesn't have a graphic user interface. You have to write Alt plus your F keys and Control plus your F keys. You have to write macros, and then you have to remember what the fuck macros you wrote because they're not on the screen. You have to remember that Control 7 is protect and shell. You have to remember that, or Control F8 is stone skin. I wouldn't mind Group Finder being tied to Commission Board, but I think they said something like that is planned. Here's the trick. Party Finder is great if you then tie more content to the Party Finder so that you get a bonus if you complete the story arc, if you dance with the girl that you brought. And what I mean by that is, you have... What do we do now? We do these like single serving quests. Well, what if you had a group of... Instead of like one disconnected thing connected to one disconnected thing connected to one disconnected thing, what if you connected them all? And if you stay with the group, you get a reward bonus. Well, what that's going to do is that's going to drive people to form statics. Well, all they need to do is they need to make the game guild-centered, and then people will know they won't. They'll go play a different game. If you think people are suddenly going to change how they've been gaming for 20 years, you don't know human behavior. People will just start to party up and group up. Will they? They wouldn't WoW, because WoW was new and fresh and it was good and it was better than everything that was on the market. But it's... And people are like, oh, well, if WoW wasn't that great, why did Classic do so good? Nostalgia. Because when WoW Classic came out, what was on the market? Not a damn thing. But also, people overemphasize the success of Classic because people were convinced that WoW was down to sub 1 million subscribers. And then all of a sudden you find out WoW releases this figure that they'd never been under 4.8 million subscribers. All these people with all their bullshit, and they were like, well, there's not that many people playing. WoW doesn't give a shit about how many people are playing. WoW gives a shit about how many people are subscribing. And WoW, and remember, WoW had already been spanked by the SEC. And been told you can't lie to your investors. I want peak Arcade with no pay to win. I don't want peak Arcage with no pay to win. I hated Arcage. Had fucking 15,000 hours in the game, but I hated that son of a bitch. Why? Because I absolutely hate RNG upgrades on gear. Because when you try to roll 50 pieces of gear on a weekend that supposedly is double proc rate, and you roll 0 out of 50, but you watch your guildmate rolled 7 out of 7 to Divine, that doesn't feel good. I don't mind a risk it, get the biscuit path. But I think you need a rabbit path and you need a turtle path. And what I mean by that is you need a way for people to risk it and get the biscuit. But you also need a path where people that don't like to risk it can do it slow and steady. Here's the thing. What was it? Celestial, Divine, Epic, Legendary, Mythic, and then the one above Mythic, Abyssal? I can't remember the one above Mythic. It was all fun and games while everybody had Divine clubs for healing. And then it was, let me just tell you, my guild went donkey balls when right after a patch, I rolled a T1 Divine Obsidian and it went legendary. And let me tell you, that night when we did Red Dragon, it was easy as shit because my Ode to Recovery could heal the whole raid. Between my healing pad and my Ode to Recovery, I was healing the entire 40-man raid with a legendary club. When you're ticking for 12,000, that's crazy. Yeah, remember to invite Chillon's equipment to the raid tonight. But you see, that's I'm not saying that you can't have the risk it, get the biscuit mechanics, because you can. And I'm not saying, and people always say, well, what you're asking for is the pity mechanic. No, I'm not asking for the pity mechanic. I actually hate the pity mechanic. I think the pity mechanic is very condescending to the players. I think it boils down to, oh, you want a +7 magic wand. You could do it this way. You'll either get +8, +7, you'll downgrade to +5, or you could put in all these materials and you know for a fact you will get a +7, but you have no chance to double up and get a +8. You have no risk, but you only get half of the potential reward. And that would be great. There was a game called Battle of Immortals. It didn't use RNG. Everything was expensive, but everything was 100%. No going from mythic to basic with 2 rolls. Right. Now, you take that system, and I have no problem if on top of that system, you include the ability to say, you can put in half the materials and risk it and get your upgrade. I have no problem with that, because then those people who want to risk it, go ahead and risk it. I would rather do slow and steady wins the race, but not everybody wants to do that. So I love the fact that this is pitch dark and shit, but I haven't even been presented with the option to carry a torch yet. Okay, guys, those of you that have played for the last month, did I miss something? Did I miss, like, an ability to get a torch? Because I can't see shit in there. Yeah, there's a torch button on the other side of my monitor. I know where that is. So, I once summoned, just to have summoned to be light source. It didn't illuminate shit. Bring a mage, that's my torch. Good to know. I don't know if you noticed this, but as the boxes went, they don't have light, medium, heavy in order. Light is sometimes on the left, sometimes it's not. Okay, so use the extract on the vessel of Vazor. This doesn't even look good. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a hater. But all the people that were raging about how good this looks, this doesn't look good. I would say this looks great if I'm doing a flashback to 1999. Then I would say this looks great. Ash's initial unique thing, they had about 8 unique things. The biggest one was the node system. The biggest piece of what they were promising to deliver that was going to be amazing was the nodes. And I'm sorry, settlements. Let's call something for like 9 fucking years and then change the name, because that's not at all confusing. Stop. Do me a favor. Stop with all the bullshit first pass stuff. Okay? Everybody keeps parroting their bullshit. It's not first pass. It's not first pass. It's current state. They keep saying, like, no shit. Their response is to keep saying, well, this is just first pass. This is just first pass. After 9 years, man, you have got to have some shit at final pass. Yeah, this is just... I'm sorry. My vision makes this unplayable. Yeah, I can't see shit in here. If you're not going to afford... Like... If you're not going to afford us the option to have torches or lanterns, I just can't. I physically cannot see in there. If this is just first pass, how are there only 2 zones out? Right, exactly. Right now, drive 0 friction and the same nodes are always going to level up. That's because I'm not changing. Let me stop you right there. I could change my gamma as a temporary fix. I absolutely refuse to do that. If you're going to have a shit tier lighting team and you're not going to introduce a torch and a lantern, then I'm not going to fucking change my hardware settings to accommodate for your inadequacies because you can't design your game properly. And the thing is that it's not like, I bet you that shit has to do with, I heard it while I wasn't able to test, people talking about the sun god or the flashbangs. That's probably why it's dark in there, because their lighting team fucked the pooch. I mean, the texture castles and EQ looking like stone, not wallpaper. Yeah. I thought Final Fantasy XI looked fucking amazing. I have faith Ashes will be great in 2040. I mean, all joking aside, maybe. So the event... Okay. The event immediately restarted. I did collect my reward. Why did it not credit my collect my reward? I mean, it gave me the snowdrops. I tried going into Ashes again. My main gripe was the fact that I was getting punished for trying to live in a settlement close to spawn, but hadn't gotten a high enough level to kill mobs in the outer settlements. Was in Marilith and trying to have fun with crafting. Then I get hit with a, you must pay 233 tax notes in 3 days or your citizenship will be revoked, because apparently, according to people in chat, popular nodes get hit with bigger tax to incentivize people to move. So that right there is, and I don't know if there's any bosses out in the game yet. I stopped following this game. I just got my gaming PC back last night. I set it up so that I could get this deliverable off my list of things to do. So what really disenfranchised me about 3 years ago with the Intrepid team was that no matter what you said to them, it didn't matter what you said to them, you were always wrong. And that's fine. Steven's response, and you can look at it in the 3 interviews I did with him, quite often Steven's responses to a concern is, well, let's test it and then we can give feedback. Well, let me just say this. I don't have to be a 5-star Michelin chef to know when something's wrong. When I walk into your kitchen and your cheese smells like feet, your cheese is bad. I don't need to wait until you make the taco to know that the cheese is bad. Be like, dude, man, your cheese smells like feet. Well, let's just wait and test it. No, let's not. Hey, you do realize that by the very virtue of how you're doing your, of how you're planning on doing your node system, you're automatically going to drive people to several nodes, and those nodes are going to be the ones that spawn off. Well, yeah, but that's intentional. Why is that intentional? Why do you get confronted with a flaw in your logic, and then instead of just saying, oh shit, we didn't think about that, say, no, it's intentional? Because if that's your intention, you can turn around and say, well, yes, we're aware of that, but we're deliberately making it so that initially we know that these areas are going to start off and they're going to be the ones that initially develop. But it doesn't necessarily have to be that way. If some players choose to go out into the world differently, then those worlds are determined differently. But there's lots of great games that have player choice, and inside of that player choice, the players make the decision. Like, the developers didn't specifically in EVE Online design Jita and Dodixie to be player hubs. They didn't intentionally set it up that way. Well, why did Dodixie become a player hub? Because for the Gallente, and Dodixie's just the one I remember because I lived in Gallente space, we know that there are 4 level 4 mission givers in that constellation. So, of course, there's going to be a lot of players there. They go there when they hit max level, max quests, and so it by default became a player hub. Jita was because it was close to like 6 jumping off points. There's nothing wrong with that. But there's certainly something wrong with the developer's answer when somebody brings it up and says, aren't you concerned about X? And the developer's like, well, let's test it. So what you're saying is either you know about it and you're putting your head in the sand like an ostrich, or you don't know about it and you don't like the fact that somebody other than you came up with it. I'll be right back. If that's intentional, why are you wasting development time and money on others? Right, exactly. Like, what did Chrono Odyssey do? Chrono Odyssey took what other players said, and they said, you know what? Oh, apparently you can chop down trees. You no longer have to do, like, a gathering start. Oh, apparently I can't. But I can... I'm so confused. Why the fuck can I chop down this tree? I haven't even started my artisan stuff. Like... Oh. Oh, you get basic tools for free now? Oh, that's good. Question for me. Do I remember when Ashes was an alpha, you used to say don't buy Ashes if you want to play it, but do so if you want to test it. Would you say the same holds true now, given that it's early access, or does the change in title not mean much? If somebody really wants to jump into Ashes, I could probably... I could probably maybe see if the alpha keys that I still have work. I am only doing this test in fulfillment of things I said 7 years ago. Because what I said 7 years ago was, I will test Ashes through launch. I never could have imagined that the development team were going to become such jackholes when it came to not liking criticism. Like, you don't like criticism, that's okay. But then you turn around and you literally have the fucking audacity in the email you sent to me to say, it's not about your criticism, it's about how you say it. So what you're saying is you're fragile. Because if I'm giving you good and first of all, it was a crock of shit anyway, because I'd been giving them feedback for 5 years, and they didn't like it. Intrepid Studios, I wouldn't give Intrepid Studios a fucking penny. If you're not in the testing, you're not in the testing. Obviously, it's your money, spend it how you want to. But if you've got a limited gaming budget, then I would say, wait until they develop something worthy of your money, worthy of your time. The people that have already invested $500, and this is where the slap in the face comes. A lot of people invested $500 and then $250 and then $100 and some odd dollars. And Intrepid has the fucking gall to turn around and say, we're going on Steam so that we can get more testers and more feedback. Okay, Steven said we anticipate having 250 testers. I'm sorry, let me back that up. That's not what he said. He said we anticipate having why are you not working? We anticipate having 50,000 concurrent, is what he said. And people who bought a beta key got access, but it's not beta. So let me look up Steam charts, Ashes of Creation. Okay, so this is Ashes right now. Hot off the presses. They have 23,000 testers. You have 23,000 testers, but you have 130,000 people with Alpha 2 access alone, plus however many people have beta access, plus you said you got 200,000 new testers. Well, at this point, Intrepid's just full of shit. You literally sent out a mail that said we got 200,000 new testers. So you have 330,000 testers, but you can only get 23,000 of them online at any time. Player retention is somewhat decent, but the player number was way too low. Unfortunately, Salty Bread, in this case, we can't say that that's player retention. And the reason why we can't say that's player retention is because their initial number was so low. They only hit 31,000 and change. We don't know if they're actually retaining any of those 31,000 people, or if, according to their number, they had that many testers. That could simply be the testers, the 330,000 all coming along for their chance to test the game. I would have said if they had 85,000 in their first weekend, and then they retained 50,000, I would say, okay, that's a little bit better of a number. But yeah, this is fucking terrible. That's a 20-minute fix. So 1/10 of their whole tester population actually testing it feels pretty low. 1/10 of the maximum is all they've ever had on. So what do you mean you need, like, most of the people who were testing it said there were maybe 2,000 or 3,000 people on every day. So if you've got 130,000 people with access and 1,000 or 2,000 people are logging in every day, then you don't need to go get new testers. You need to go out and you need to talk to the people who aren't playing. Now, Salty Bread said it's spread out among several time zones, which is true, but I'm also going to show you something that brings up a weird concern. And what that is, there is this oddity that happens where even when the servers are down, the servers are offline, and they never go below about 5,000. How do you have 5,000 people connected to your game when the servers are offline? When your servers are offline, the launcher counts. You're right. It does. Steam only looks, you're right. Steam only looks at the launcher running. You're telling me there's 5,000 people that whenever the server is down, they keep their launcher running? Maybe. Possible. Might be bots. Let's just be honest about this game, because they won't be honest about it. They've got a Chinese gold seller problem, but they told us that they were building, all the way back when Jeffrey Bard was there, they said they were building their security features in from the ground up. The launcher doesn't close unless you deliberately close it. So you're telling me that there's a bunch of people that leave their game running 24/7? By accident. There are only EU and US servers though, so Africa, Middle East region numbers have to be kind of low. Well, that's another thing, and I'll call Intrepid out on it. Remember when they told the Oceanic players that there would be a server for them? and there's no Oceanic server, 1/3 of your Kickstarter backers. Yeah, I don't even know if my alpha keys even work. Exiting the client doesn't close the launcher. I have hours in the game on Steam because the launcher was hidden in the task tray. You don't log out of Ashes. Yeah, you have to pay. You don't have to pay again to get into this phase. If you have a key, you have access. But no, I don't stay logged in fishing. After this playthrough, I uninstall. So, really, because I can't do that quest, because I can't see inside that tower. That's creepy as shit. I like that though. That's good. I like that. Yeah, no Asian server for an MMO. That seems like you want your game to die. But yeah, at this point, in fact, I think I'm just done. I think I'm just finished. There's not a lot of meat here. Honestly, and I say this, and I want everybody to remember this. This is kind of important. I make an awful lot of money if this game launches. If this game launches, then I get my referral money. So I am poised to make a lot of money. Put it to specifically, I would be able to fund several albums if this game launched. Doesn't East Asian players want pay-to-win gacha in their MMOs? This game is so slow, I imagine it wouldn't be too popular. But then again, the WoW server seemed to be a little popular. No, Asian players just want good games. Asian players, when people say don't Asian players want pay-to-win and gacha, they don't want it. They just are accepting of it. But this is like the parting shot that I have for Ashes of Creation, because none of that was enjoyable, to be honest. None of that was enjoyable. The way you do, in my opinion, this is just in my opinion, the way you fix an experience is you make sure that this part of the experience is ready. They went into full-time testing over a year ago without enough content. I've done testing. I've done testing for video games where I have followed a testing protocol sheet. And the testing protocol sheet is make an orc, make a summoner, run these quests specifically, log how much XP you have, log how much money you have, log out. Don't touch the character again. Send in this sheet. Because what they're doing is they're checking, they're testing, they're looking at things. My report for today would be, I got up to a certain point and I can't see inside that tower because the lighting is foobarred. And so then somebody would be like, well, shit, we have to work on that. After so many years and so much money into the game, I was expecting so much more from it. Yeah, you're right. Do I think there is a world where they purposely delay launch so they don't have to pay out referral money? Yes. This is my prediction for Ashes. Intrepid goes belly up this year. And I'm going to tell you why I feel that way. This is my honest to God. This is my math. These are my numbers. You have 250 employees and you have 100 contractors. So a long time ago in a land far away, I was given a number, and this number is probably too low now, but a number of $10,000 per month gives you all of your employees, all of your equipment, all of your leases, all of that. Those people don't make $10,000 a month, but you take $10,000 a month per employee and it covers everything. Their desk, their computer, the building they're in, the electricity, the bandwidth, all the accounting department, the lawyer, the janitor, the guy that picks up the garbage, all of that. So you do $10,000 times 250 employees, that's 2.5 million a month. And you times that by 12. And that gives you 30 million a year. And when you take 30 million a year and you divide it by 52, you end up with 576,923. Now, Steven said recently that their operational expenses is $800,000 per week. So don't worry about the $800,000 lawsuit because it's only 1 week of our operational money. Now, if we take Intrepid at their face value, at their word, which I wouldn't take, if Steven told me it was a blue sky outside, I would still walk to my window and check. But let's say they got 200,000 new players, because that's what they said in their email. We have 200,000 new players. And at 42.50, I'm not even going to regionally compensate the number. I'm just going to say 200,000 times 42.50. Not 15 billion. What button did you hit, dumbass? Come on. Come on, hands. Work with me. Sorry, guys. I have a nerve condition, and it has decided to kick up. So that's 8.5 million. So what we're going to do is out of 8.5 million, we're going to take 30%. And Steam gets 2550000. And then we're going to take 8.5 million. We're going to take $1 million off of it for 7.5, and then we're going to take 5% of that for 375,000, and that's Unreal Engine's cut. So we have 8.5 million minus 2550000 minus 375,000, which leaves us with 5575. We divide that by 800,000, meaning Ashes of Creation going onto Steam got them 6.9 weeks of operational money. They probably didn't do a server in Asia because they couldn't be bothered with Chinese localization with all those NPCs. Well, yeah, but you can't put a server in China anyway. You'd have to put it in like Southeast Asia. You'd have to put it in like India. But this is why I think Ashes goes tits up this year. They claim they got 200,000 new players. Even if they did get that, it gives them 6.9 weeks of operational expenditure. Well, they got about 3 weeks left. Right. Now, Steven's going to have to dig deep into the wallet. So this guy, Steven, really a con man, or do you think he has good intentions? I don't think Steven is a con man. I think Steven had good intentions. And that value doesn't even take count of the refunds. That value doesn't take count of the refunds, and it doesn't take count of regional pricing. When I did this number before, I took the regional pricing number, and I could see, and I kind of did less than that, but I don't want to get in. I want to give them, I want to give them the maximum benefit. Do I think he's a con man? No, I think he had really good intentions. And the problem with really good intentions is I see this a lot with businesses. Yeah, Steven is correct with a V, not a PH. Yeah, good intentions pave the road to hell. I've seen a lot of people, because what I do, for those of you that don't know who I am, I retired from the military and then I do CPI work. I do continuous process improvement. Companies, small businesses, even some medium-sized businesses will call me and I go in and I bust out the Lean Six Sigma, Toyota Production System, the Ishikawa, the Genba Walk. I look at their company and I say, these are your problems. I get paid a flat fee. And if they don't like my flat fee, I say, well, then give me 10% of all the money I save. More often than not, I get the 15,000 for my time because, yeah, the Gemba walk. This guy knows what a Gemba walk, or girl knows what a Gemba walk is. The problem is nothing for Intrepid Studios works yet. Intrepid Studios is a lot like Judge Dredd talking to the new recruits. The law, yours when you graduate. The lawgiver, yours if you graduate. The hover cycle, yours if you can ever get the damn thing to start. I think Steven had the best intentions. I don't think he had any malicious intentions. I think what happened was he started building the game, and what he did was he hired a bunch of friends. And business is business, and friends are friends, and you shouldn't hire your friends. Some sort of unpreparedness, risky market strat. Yes, he had a massive amount of unpreparedness. If you remember, Steven didn't hire any producers for about the first year because all the people that he had talked to said that producers get in the way of the creative process. He then came to understand in video game studios, producers are project managers. A project manager, people like me, are the worst fucking enemy of the boss. One big problem at Intrepid is Steven sits up here as the CEO. And then Steven sits here as the creative director. And there's nobody between. Yeah, contractor to architect relationship. What you need is you need a CEO who tasks a VP, who then has a senior producer, who then has a creative director. The creative director has all the freedom, but the senior producer is Mother May I. The senior producer is just the holder of the purse strings. Hey, I need to hire on 25 more people. Is hiring on 25 more people going to help you meet your deadline? No, then you can't have them. You can fire 25 people and then re-onboard the new talent that you need. Because I have to give you enough money at enough intervals that we get to completion. As you've heard Steven say, Steven, the game is $50 or $60 million overrun out of his budget. At one point, I believe Steven had said he was going to fund the core viable product for $30 million. And then later on, he said he would his investment would probably be closer to $85 million by the time he was done. As a project, that is a failure. And you have to divide this in two. When I'm talking about the project, I am not talking about the product. Manpower, fail. Timeline, fail. Money, fail. What percentage of the project is done? 0. You may be familiar with this term, you may not, but there is what's known as stoplight charts. In project management, you have stoplight charts. And for every feature, for everything, for everything, there is literally a little icon, and you either put a red dot, a yellow dot, or a green dot. A red dot is usually less than 50% accomplished. A yellow dot is 50 to 75% accomplished, and then a green dot is 95% or more. We're just dusting it off. To be done, it means it's fucking done. It means put it in a box, we're not touching it again. It is Go ready. The ego drove him to take on such an ambitious idea. The ego prevents it from being accomplished. Right. You are not going to launch Ashes of Creation. It's not going to launch. It's not going to happen. It's simply, it's not going to happen. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer. They have to rip the guts out of it so many times. They're going to run out of time. They're going to run out of money. I'd say there's stuff hovering in the 30% done range. What right now would you say is between 30 and 70% done? I don't think anything is above 30% done. There's a lot of stuff on the wall. It sticks. It's not good. Those skill trees are awful, right? I think we can all agree the skill trees are awful. Now, I will say the Summoner played better than the Cleric. Absolutely. Summoner played good. I'm going to have to be a good friend to a lot of believers when this game ends up pulling the plug. I mean this, and I say this, and people can believe me or they cannot believe me. The negative things I say about Ashes of Creation were always designed to point out things that needed to be fixed. And they didn't want to hear it. And I've heard what they say about me. By the way, I want to just remind Intrepid Studios, when you talk shit about people, but those people you're talking shit about somebody to or around have friends that work at your studio, not a good look. Not a good look for a company to have derogatory things to say about people. I piss you off? Good. Do your fucking job. Pretty pleased with sugar on top. I piss you off? Do a better job. Second of all, they didn't like me. Then Narc became the big spokesperson for Ashes. And then I think Narc's only mistake was being disingenuous with the desert view, and it got him spanked by Daddy Asmongold. But Narc wasn't wrong. I wasn't wrong. BCG wasn't wrong. The other creators that have come into this project and left, they're not wrong. None of the creators they have now have need to bother fucking putting a jock strap on before an interview, because they don't have the balls to go after him and say, why is your project fucked up? Just wondering, is there a risk for lawsuits if they don't manage to deliver the product when they promised years ago when people bought backer packages? No, because incompetence isn't criminal. Incompetence isn't criminal. All you have to do in fulfillment of your crowdfunding, right, is put a message on your Kickstarter that says, we have reached a point where we don't have any money. They're surrounded by a lot of yes men creators, and yes men are one of the biggest downfalls. Yes men, I don't need 50 people in a room to tell me what a great guy I am and what a great fucking idea it is. I already believe it's a great idea, because in my heart of hearts, I don't believe people wake up in the morning, open their eyes, look at the ceiling and say, I'm gonna be a total fuck up today. I'm gonna fuck some shit up. I got $35 million invested in this project. I'm gonna go make a bunch of bad fucking decisions that caused me to lose a $35 million investment. I don't see that happening. What I see happening is the cheese and the feet smell thing. I see a lot of people watching Steven walking into the kitchen saying, I'm gonna make tacos because I really want a taco, and nobody has the cojones to say, hey boss, that cheese is spoiled. Instead, they let him serve the fucking taco using the cheese that smells like feet. Then they take a big bite of it and say, I love this. You don't need people to tell you that your ideas are good. You need people to tell you why your ideas are bad. You need people to tell you this is a bad fucking idea because of X, Y, and Z. It takes two people to make a plane that flies, an optimist to believe in it, and a pessimist to poke holes in it until it's poke-proof. Yes! That's why I used to make the joke, make your game Jalon-proof. Make your game Jalon-proof. Give me a concept of a game, go down the numbers. Once it's Jalon-proof, I guarantee you if it's Jalon-proof, ain't nobody else gonna have a problem with it. You're gonna have the whiners. I want open world combat. Well, I'm giving you arenas, battlegrounds, wars, sieges, feuds, caravans, and open PvP zones. You want open PvP, go to those zones. I'm just not going to allow you to run around and gank people. Well, I want to run around and gank people. Great, then you're the people our game isn't for. And the whiners will still play. Yes, that is the trick to it. There is a certain group of people that no matter how much they bitch, they're still going to play your game. There's a certain group of people that you don't listen to sycophants. Anybody saying Intrepid Studios needs to get a way thicker skin if they want to be successful. You have to be willing to accept all the criticism and root through it to find the valuable feedback. You suck and that's sad. You shouldn't be like, no, we don't suck. You should actually say, why do I suck? I'm going to be so disappointed when the arena Steven announced coming soon will just be an always-on PvP roleplay coliseum and bumfuck nowhere that no one wants. Right. Because here's the problem, Milos. The entire community needs to turn on Steven. The entire community needs to say to him, no more praise until you unfuck the game. The reason why he continues to go down this road is because a bunch of people keep saying, good job, boss. All the people over here are like, no, come this way. All these people, they're fucking holding their cocks in one hand and eating their chips with another, and they're saying, oh, we gotta blindly support him. We gotta blindly support him. That's not fucking being a supporter. That's being an enabler. Yeah, you're putting up with mediocrity. You're putting up with garbage. Like, hey man, this is shit. Fix it. But instead, they're gonna be like, we're soliciting feedback. You're soliciting feedback, huh? You're soliciting feedback. What do you currently like best about Ashes of Creation? Not a goddamn thing. What's your biggest frustration about Ashes of Creation? All the bullshit that you spew and the fact that you are completely detached from reality. You lie, you get caught in lies. Remember, I did 4 videos calling out Intrepid's masquerading the truth. After Steven accused me of masquerading the truth, not only did they not respond to any of the 4 videos I did, when I linked them to the Steam, they removed them. But they once said, we just want the truth. Well, what part of any of those 4 videos weren't pointed questions about the truth? And yet people are full of shit. And then a year from now or 6 months from now, yeah, why put out a survey and hope it only be 24 hours? That's because it's a jerk-off survey. I'm not sure what you mean. How would an open world arena take you out of the open world more than a cute instance area? It will just be a permanent grief, and even though it's not instanced, it will be still... Okay. When you talk about something being in the open world versus something being in an instance... Okay. Are the sieges in Ashes open world? No. No, they're not. But they take place in the open world. Yeah. But only for those people that have pre-registered to participate in the siege. Open world doesn't just mean not in an instance. It means not in an instance and accessible to everyone. Yes, the castle sieges in ArcAge took place in the open world. You didn't get ported to an instance. But if you weren't on the attacking team or the defending team and you walked in it, you died in 4 seconds. Right. Instanced arenas are not bad. Instanced arenas are just, yeah, am I really participating in the open world if I'm permanently logged out in one specific spot? Exactly. Open world arenas are not bad. Yeah, Caravans is the only structured PvP that is open world, and those don't even exist anymore due to mules. And that should let you know everything you need to know about Intrepid Studios. They couldn't make the caravan system function correctly, so they created the crate system from ArcAge, and literally all you had to do was 1-for-1 copy the crate system from ArcAge, and they managed to fuck that up. The caravan system didn't function correctly. The last information I had about the caravan system, mules are just way better value for your time, so no one runs them. Let me stop you. Mules can't be a better value for your time. If I can move 2 packs with the mule, and I can move 6 with a caravan, no, they're not. What are mules in the game? The ability to transport what? 1 pack? You put 1 pack on your back, 1 pack in a mule, and you haul ass. What do you mean people don't attack mules? People attack mules all the fucking time. What are you talking about? You can put 3 in a mule? Well, then that's stupid. That's just shitty design then. But as far as people not attacking mules, I've seen dozens of videos, highlight reels of people attacking mules. It caps at 2. So 2 in the mule and 1 on your back. 3 with your own carry. Why? Why bother? Should have been 1 on your back and a mule that moves, just like ArcAge. The mule should not have had any storage capacity. But they didn't know how to make one system work, so they created another system. And mules were always going to be part of the design. Well, that's funny. Mules are mostly attacked because people cheese it with an alt account killing mounts, avoiding corruption. Right. I think the chance of you completing a mule run are way higher than you completing a caravan run. Who gives a shit? So what you did is you designed a bad system, and then you designed a dumb system to replace a bad system. Here's the thing, you're defending a shitty system. Stop defending it. Call it a fucking bad Band-Aid. You got a shotgun blast to the chest. I'm gonna pour some Robitussin in it. The caravan system's main issue is that you lose your entire caravan if it gets destroyed. Same shit with the ships in the game. Right, and if you remember, what I said about that was, no, mules are, let me stop you there. Mules are not objectively more efficient. If you can only move 3 packs with a mule, and you can move 6 or more with a caravan, the caravan is objectively more efficient. The mule is more effective, because if your mule dies, it respawns. If your caravan gets destroyed, you lose the caravan. That's a dumb fucking idea. And if you remember, I said it was a dumb fucking idea years ago. Losing maybe 1 or 2 parts of your caravan? Okay. Mules are also probably at least twice as fast as a caravan. Now that's the fucking problem as well. Mules shouldn't be any faster than a caravan. Now, if you designed and this is what happens when you don't have an economic designer to tell you where you're making your mistakes. ArcAge we had mules. We had mules, and then we had haulers, and then we had cargo ships. If you need people to move one pack at a time, you can have one mule. Yeah, caravan, from what I've been told, is a rather large investment. But it should be nearly impossible for your caravan to get destroyed by one or two people. What happened is, Steven looked at ArcAge and wanted to do ArcAge Mo Better. But Steven forgot, I think the biggest problem is Steven forgot he's not designing a Pathfinder campaign. Mules shouldn't be able to move packs at all. They should be like the Gatherer's Mount, trunk space but not freight space. Right. Mule should allow the rider to carry a bag. Caravan is cheap. Upgrading it to make it better than a mule is a large investment. Yeah. So at the end of the day, what people need to do is all the fans of ArcAge need to realize the only way you're going to make progress is if you turn on Steven and stop giving him false hope. I'm going to wait and see how the game turns out. Well, you can see 9 years of development time. Well, I think they can pull it off. Why? Why do you think they can pull it off? Do you think, well, they've got other stuff they haven't released yet. Really? So you're telling me that they're speed deploying fixes that they're clearly not testing in-house, but they have other stuff they haven't released yet. And you really believe this? To be honest, the issue for me isn't the time it's taken, it's the time with where we're at. Right. And it's what happens when you're here and you go out to here and then you go back to here and 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 you go back to here. You're not, it's a game of inches at that point. I want Ashes to be successful. But the fact that within an hour of play, I streamed for 4, but within an hour of play, I ran into a dead block on my storyline because I can't see inside of the fucking tower. Well, that's just a lighting issue. Yeah. I don't understand how Steven felt confident enough to take extra time to restart on Unreal Engine 5 for its power of graphical fidelity and then got a bunch of players in a battle, made it smooth enough. I saw the wizard's projectile spells curve around rocks and trees. They got all that right. Well, no, you didn't. You didn't see projectile spells. You saw hit scan with an animation. They got all that right. I would think the base foundation of physics network optimizations takes more time and a good work of devs. So I think the gameplay loops and core systems were just going to work. I'm glad you brought up the projectile spells going around rocks. That is a flat example of what happens when you try to blend action and tab combat. Because remember, action combat can be hit scan or it can be projectile. Hit scan is better for an MMO. Projectile is better for a shooter game. Period. Dot. End of story. The animation can go around the rock. Don't know why. I don't know why rocks aren't cover. If I'm behind an object, I shouldn't be able to be hit. Period. Otherwise, what the fuck's the point of having the cover? So the mistake basically was like investment more in wrong thing. The problem was that they didn't know what they want to make. And as I've said many times, and I will say many more times, tab target combat is a lot like pizza. Unless the person's lactose intolerant, you're never going to have a person bitch about pizza. Pizza just got there and it's hot, it's good. Pizza's been out for an hour and it's getting kind of warm, it's still good. Pizza's been in the fridge for 2 days, it's cold, it's still good. Pizza's a lot like sex. Even when it's bad, it's still pretty good. Action combat is sushi and the puffer fish. Unless it's perfect, unless it's exquisite, you're dead. Unless it's exquisite, you're on the bathroom floor or you're laying naked in the tub with it coming out both ends praying to die. You could have a game with 15 great supporting systems and the game be tab and people will love it. You could have 15 great systems with action combat that's bad action combat and people will hate it. You have the same 15 great systems in both games, but action combat has to be exquisite or it's garbage. Tab combat is a standard grading scale. Action combat is pass-fail. Yeah, the combat in the game is a strong C, but the rest of the systems carry it. Why is ArcAge still so goddamn popular on private servers if tab combat is so fucking terrible? The answer is, what game have you played where it has like bad tab combat? Riders of Icarus was kind of bad, but Riders of Icarus was bad because of the netcode, not necessarily because of the combat. And beyond that, Final Fantasy XIV, but Final Fantasy XIV isn't bad because it's tab combat. Final Fantasy is bad because it starts with a 2.5 second global cooldown, and even if you max stack spell speed or skill speed, you can only ever get that down to about 1.37 seconds on the fastest classes. A 1 second global cooldown is kind of rough. Star Wars: The Old Republic had a long global cooldown, but not nearly as long as Final Fantasy XIV. And then you have Final Fantasy XIV has sped up combat by putting in a bunch of interjects off global cooldown skills. They didn't fix the core problem, but what they did was they put enough spit polish and shine on it that you kind of forget about the problem. Be like, yeah, I still have this 1 second global cooldown, but I have 4 abilities that are off global cooldown that I weave in between. Oh, okay, so that plays out fairly well then. Sorry, just cleaning up. Yes. Yes, so many MMOs in the graveyard. And here's Chrono Odyssey, Chrono Studios. They have done the best thing possible. I'll say this. I think Chrono Odyssey, I don't know, mid 7 from what I saw, but very easily could have been like way lower based on the fact that we couldn't get into a couple of pieces of content during the beta. But here's what Chrono Studios did that was so fucking important. Chrono Studios released a beta, and based on the feedback they got, they said, you know what? No, we're done. We're going back into alpha. We're going back. We're just closing. We're not talking about shit. we're gonna go figure out some stuff. How's the crate running game going? Oh, you missed it. I gave up. I already uninstalled it. I got to a certain point in my quest line and I can't, the lighting sucks. I can't see what's going on. Although I didn't get flashbanged and God didn't say hello. But Chrono Studio turned around and said, they said, you know what, we fucked up. We're just gonna go back into basically alpha development and iterate. They've been iterating for 6 months and people keep saying, are you gonna give us a look? Are you gonna give us a taste? Are you gonna give us a peek? And they said, no, you don't get shit. Happy holidays. The issue with Ash's combat, streamers keep telling Steven the game's combat is great, but most of them are playing without the action side. You were a brand new studio and you were trying to take on something that most studios fuck up. Why didn't you just build the game as Tab so that you could get the bones of the game down and then do Arc-Age passes and actionize some of the abilities? The writing sucks. I'm sorry. I saw the writing today. A lot of the writing is clearly AI generated. The action combat is a lie. It's just a shittier Tab target. Oh, and if you remember, I did a video a long time ago saying that you can't blend action and Tab. You can't. Action and Tab cannot have a baby together. The big piece is, so we're going to take action and we're going to take Tab. And Tab wants waterfall. And action wants active blocking, parrying, and dodging. Now, yeah, they can. It will just be born with 3 feet and 1 eye. You can blend action concepts into a Tab game. You cannot blend Tab combat, Tab concepts into an action game. For example, I'm going to shoot you, right? I'm going to shoot you. If I hit, I hit. If I miss, I miss. Right? If you put your shield up, then I can still miss. I can still shoot wide, left or right, but you put your shield up and you block. Tab players are expecting, as long as you attack me from my frontal cone, my D100 rolls for my block, and my D100 rolls for my dodge. Ground target reticles and spells targeted at your player beg to differ, unless you count that as Tab target too. That is Tab target. It's ground placement, but I'm glad you brought up ground targeted spells and cone spells. So how do you bring in an action combat ability into a Tab game to require players to be a little Johnny on the spot with cones and reticles? So you throw a fireball at me, right? Fireball is a hit scan, Tab target ability. Your game can have a rule that says you cannot dodge magic attacks. Is attack magic? If yes, dodge equals null. Move on to damage resolution. Or you can make it so that evasion applies to mage spells. You can do either. It all depends on how you want to write your waterfall rules. So now what about if you throw a ground reticle at me? If I'm standing in it, I can't dodge it. It's an undodgeable ability. Let me back up a second. It's an unevadable ability. I can manually dodge it by getting my fat ass out of the ground reticle. Same thing with a frontal cone. If I throw a frontal cone ability out and you're standing in it, you took the damage from it. And in that regard, you're bringing action combat into a tab target game because you're requiring players to move. Now, this whole bring the shield up shit, that's not action combat the way Ashes did it. That's just fucking gimmicky. I know the game Dragon Nest. I think, yeah, you have a choice. I don't see where the problem is. The problem is that you're not actually playing action and you're not actually playing tab. It's not action tab hybrid because you don't have features of the action and you don't have features of the tab. What you've done is you haven't made a hybrid blend. You've taken these features and done this and these features and done that. You haven't made combat soup. You've made combat salad. I can still go in and pick out all the individual pieces of tab and all the individual pieces of action, which is fine. You can do that, right? You can do that. But you really haven't built action combat. And again, I'm not against action combat. I don't like it. It's not my preference. But just come up with rules that make fucking sense. Yeah, Alien versus Predator isn't a love story. Right. League of Legends, I guess, in a different way combines skill shots and direct reticles on player placement for other spells. I know it's not the same, but it's an example of developers picking and choosing what abilities should be what type of delivery, and it somehow works. No, it doesn't, because the problem is, name me a tab target MOBA. League of Legends is isometric combat. It's top down. There's not tab target. I'm going to assume I've only ever played one game of League and then I was told to put my hands in a blender. There's no tab target. I can speak from the idea of Heroes of the Storm. Some characters have a... you realize that was a mean thing to say to me. I was thinking the reticle direct placement. It's a similar concept. The spell will not work unless the mouse over is accurate. But at that point, if you have mouse over, you're not really playing action. You're playing assisted action, and there's nothing wrong with it. But you're playing with, again, fudging. Heroes of the Storm. Raynor is the tutorial easy character. It's projectile because I have to hit you and I can't bypass you. Raynor can't shoot through the tank. I can shoot around the tank, but if you are completely behind the tank is going to take the hit. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm not trying to say there's anything wrong with that. But where Ashes never really resolved is that they're not a tab game because they have active blocking. I'm sorry, they're not a hybrid game because they have active blocking. A hybrid game would incorporate block twice. So you've got your avoidance scale. You would have active blocking, which would be 100% block. And if you're a tank and you have a shield equipped, you would have your passive block, but you would just set this at a lower than 100. Right. I don't always use Ashes because they do a lot of shit wrong. I'm talking the way you should do it. An active block shield block should be 100% damage mitigation. Then you could still have the passive block chance for 40%. You missed your active block. You didn't bring your shield up in time. You failed to bring your shield up in time, so you don't get the 100%. But you have the dice roll that still says, but your character would know enough to get that shield into place. I see what you're saying. The skill shots which have to travel have an inherent chance to miss. I think in general they follow the trade-off rule of making the direct targeting spell shorter range where you can run and gun with skill shots. I'm gonna have to take your word for it. The problem here is everybody with the Ashes community, everybody wants to be a little happy. They're all willing to say, oh, the thing Steven is doing is so great, and I'm gonna be a little happy. Well, a lot of us have broken away from the project saying, I don't wanna be a little happy. I don't wanna start fucking and then stop 2 minutes in. I don't wanna be a little happy. I wanna get to the payoff. I don't wanna take 2 bites of my apple pie. I wanna eat the whole damn slice, right? And I want ice cream on top of it. And I want cinnamon on top of the ice cream. Well, you're not gonna get everything you want. Right? Then don't tell me you're the best apple pie in America. Tell me you're the shitty apple pie that we serve. It's like, I forgot what TV show it is, but the 2 cops are sitting at a table and the waitress comes up and says, what don't you want? And they're like, what? What don't you want? We only serve T-bones. Been working here 30 years. We've only ever sold T-bones. Except that one person from New York asked for trout and we don't serve no goddamn trout. So it's gonna be T-bones. And he's like, I'd like mine T-bones, medium. And he says, I'd like mine. She's like, that want no question. So what don't you want? A T-bone comes with a T-bone and a baked potato. So either you don't want the green beans or you don't want the corn. And then she says something to drink. She says sweet teas to drink. And they both say, that'll be fine, ma'am. Could you stat-base the active block just being parry? I mean, you could. Interesting choice in playstyles. It's not just 3 meta specs and the rest are throwing. Oh, I want balanced battlegrounds and arenas. If they're forced grindy campaign, I ask that it doesn't go full Korean MMO and is fun. Enough interesting choice in playstyles and it's not just 3 meta specs and the rest are throwing. The problem here... Do you remember Hutball? Star Wars The Old Republic? Remember Hutball? And we used to run a team, a pre-made team of seven sorcerers and 3 tanks. You got the ball? Yoink, 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 goal! That was bullshit. Having played Ashes the entire game is hinged on crate running. Fishing is crate running. You level up guilds and nolds through crate running. PvP is centered around fighting over crate running. I think Intrepid made a super niche game, so if you don't like running crates, then it's just a pretty generic MMO. That comment is going to be the final shot. That's the bell. I agree with that statement wholeheartedly. I think Ashes, unfortunately, is now just a very generic Korean Asian MMO. It's lost its soul. It doesn't have a direction. It doesn't have much of a future, but the light of hope is this. If people really, really, really love Ashes and they really, really, really want it to be successful, then they need to just hammer the shit out of Intrepid until Intrepid changes their stance. They need to feel a little fear in order to wake up and get it together. Yes, abso-fucking-lutely. Every time Intrepid bullshits, with their nonsense, the whole community needs to backlash against them and say, that's bullshit. Hold on. I want to make sure that we put that Steven said this. This is the thing Steven said. That was just an absolute, this is an absolute bullshit statement and people should call him out on it. Make it a little bigger. I get why this feels awful. Losing access to crafting after investing time and materials with no obvious way forward is incredibly frustrating, especially for players with limited time. That part is completely fair. And ultimately, this outcome is not something that is intended to be achievable when some of our other systems come online. I do think it's important to be clear about what you're actually experiencing right now. This isn't the final version of the settlement system. I get the cliche of it's an alpha, but in all honesty, the early access implementation of these systems is still missing several of the checks, balances, and counterplay mechanisms that are explicitly part of the intended design and can be read about in the wiki. In the full design, no single player or guild is supposed to be able to permanently brick an entire region's progression with one decision. That's wild. Nodes are meant to be contested, decay, or influenced by broader participation and be economically interconnected. Crafting isn't intended to hinge upon a single settlement with no alternatives, and regional trade, caravans, and competing nodes are all part of how the economy is supposed to self-correct. Those systems simply aren't fully online yet. In addition, there need to be better guardrails for bad faith mayors, stronger citizen participation for mayor mandate powers that can clog destructive choices. Okay, let me help them out with this. In Where Winds Meet, they have social organizations where I have been the number 1 to 5. I gave up on Where Winds Meet because I hate the systems. The number 1 to 5 member of the Healers Guild, the Healers social organization, has been me for like 7 weeks, 5 weeks, 8 weeks, however long the fucking game has been out. I've been in the top 5 since launch. Never been elected to Divine Healer. I help people, I give advice, I'm funny, I'm nice, I don't criticize people in that game, I tried a social experiment. Doesn't matter. If you have player control of a system, it doesn't matter if you have stronger citizen participation for mayor mandated powers. If a guild is there and they have more votes than anybody else, they're always going to control it. What you're calling out, lack of agency, lack of counterplay, and the ability for one group to negatively impact hundreds of players, are exactly the kinds of problems these tests are meant to surface. Bullshit, motherfucker. You lying sack of shit. No. And Karthos may be my shill, according to the people on that Discord, but he will fucking tell you, I said that shit week in and week out for years, talking about the node system. For years. If you have a fucking way for players to make the experience bad for other players, they are going to do it. You did not need those tests to get that data to surface the issue. In fact, it's probably on multiple fucking VOD videos for fucking months. That doesn't make the experience less painful in the moment, but it doesn't mean this is some embarrassing final design that slipped through review. It's an incomplete one being actively tested. No, it's not, dumb fuck. You're not getting data. It's called Gigo. Go to one of your fucking producers and ask them what Gigo is. It's garbage in, garbage out. Period. If you know what the fuck is causing the issue, all of the data you're getting is useless. Yes, we saw some of these issues in previous phases, and we are working to both implement stopgaps for the current early access version, but also prioritize the intended design for development. What the fuck are you doing? You are working on making stopgaps for the early access version instead of just doing the intended design? If anything, the takeaway here isn't that the concept is broken, it's the current implementation needs guardrails sooner rather than later. That feedback is valid and it's useful. Just don't mistake an unfinished system for the end state of the game. What the fuck? Do you know when computer programmers are first introduced to the idea of Gigo? Yeah, like week 1, lecture 2. The first day is fucking go over the syllabus. The second day is probably understanding data. This is the problem. And I mean this with every fiber of my being. If you are a fan of Ashes and you want Ashes to be successful, stop doing the reach around. Stop jerking off Intrepid and tell them this post that Steven made is total horseshit. This is a total horseshit post. It's totally horseshit. You know it's bad, you know it's wrong, you know it doesn't have the guardrails, but you're saying it's to be tested to show these issues. Dude, you didn't need somebody to tell you these issues. I told you about them 5 fucking years ago. I'm still flabbergasted with the systems in place. They're placeholders. There's little to no value in testing those systems. The economy is garbage, and any data from it is going to result in more garbage. Hey, there's a guy who's known me for 26, 28 fucking years telling you the same fucking thing, and I default to him. Delaron will tell you, I don't know shit about computers. I break my fucking icons. Hey, Delaron, all my icons are white. I don't know what the fuck I did. And he just laughs and he's like, do this, this, and this, and it fixes it. Oh, cool. But when it comes to understanding the process, what Steven is saying is, and I swear to God, guys, I've had a general ask me this question. No bullshit. We're building a building. We have a building back here, and we're building a building here, and the parking lot is over here. And we've got active scaffolding up all on this side of the 2 buildings. And the only door that's usable is here. And the general has to walk around the whole building to come in the door. And then what the fuck he said was, well, why is this door not open? Scaffolding! Well, you know, when we bring all these people having to walk around this whole building, that's going to add about 10 minutes onto the process. Yes, Patrick. Well, we need to shave 10 minutes off the process. Sir, the building's under renovation. Eventually, there's going to be a door here. If it was up to me, we wouldn't be using this building at all. But I know about it. I know about it. Sir, I'm not going to fucking reinforce a protected archway over the door from some stopgap measure when it's just going to be faster to finish the renovation on the facade of the building. I'm not going to do 2 weeks of work and stop doing work for 2 weeks so that the 3 or 4 times people need to come to this building is faster. Yes, exactly. Shave it somewhere else. I'd rather make you walk around than have a 17-pound sheet of sheetrock land on someone's head from 2 stories up. Exactly. Lieutenant, do you know why this process is broken? Yes, sir. It's broken because we didn't have an alternate location. If we did, I wouldn't have people walking anywhere near a construction site. But unfortunately, I don't. That's when you know about a LIMFAC. Well, why don't you do something? No, I don't give a fuck. We're just going to fix it. Settlement as a name makes more sense for what the place is. It's just annoying because the name was Node for so long. The name should still be Node. There's no reason to call it a settlement. Node was fine. Node was great. You could have called it Center of Civilization. But unfortunately, Elon Musk said you don't want to hyper-optimize and then innovate and streamline the systems, then realize the best way is to delete it. Yes. Exactly. Yes, but a node is also a name for a resource node. You could have called it a town and then not had the word town anywhere. But for all of you that want Ashes to be successful, rally all of the rabble and stop giving pats on the back for shit that's just wrong. Be like, that's great, that's all bullshit. Why are you testing stuff that's not in a testable state? Why are you testing it if it's not in a testable state? You don't have all the guardrails. Then why did you go into persistent testing on Steam when it wasn't ready? And the reason why is they need to make money. And as I said, I did the math. They got themselves about 7 weeks of development money, 6.9 weeks. My bet, I don't wish them any ill will. But I think by the end of the year, you see Intrepid Studios shutter. I think they're going to run out of money. I just simply do not see. If Steven says that their operational expense is $800,000 a week, and they can't get above 20,000, 30,000 concurrent testers, I just don't see how Intrepid doesn't bleed to death. Think they'd release it in a panic of running out of money? No, because you saw what happened to their Steam reviews. Let's see what their Steam reviews are at today. Steam, as of right now, they still have mixed reviews. Reviews will start dropping again now that people have reached endgame. Aren't they doing beta next year and releasing 2? I don't know. But 56% of the reviews are positive. I don't know how they can turn around and make the statement. They 55% of the reviews in my language are positive. And then overall, every one of the categories is mixed reviews. What do you think will happen if they launch this game? You got to remember the reviews are skewed because of launch issues, which yes are bad, but doesn't speak to the state of the game. I'm going to stop you there. How the fuck do the launch issues that they have not speak to the state of the game? What do they speak to? That's more of that apologist bullshit. Why do we make... Yeah, there were also people juicing the reviews, and it's super obvious. You don't give a glowing review on a product and then refund it. There were a lot of people that left bullshit reviews as counterweight. Reviews over 10 hours is 74% positive. And what? Milos, here's the problem with your statement. Reviews over 10 hours are 74% positive. No, it's not an interesting stat. Because you allegedly have 330,000 testers. You allegedly have 330,000 testers, and there's only been 12,484 reviews. So, we take 12,484 reviews and we divide it by 330,000. That means 3.78% of people left a review. Do you know what all the people who haven't even logged in, do you know what their review is? This is dog shit. I want to take you a step further. There are people who paid $500 or more to be an alpha who haven't tested it. What's that say? Your product is dog shit. Your product is so bad. It doesn't speak for the content inside the game, and from my experience, every MMO launch has issues. Does that excuse it? No, not every MMO has issue. Not every MMO launch has issues. We can no longer say that every MMO launch has issues. That statement went right out the window with Where Winds Meet. 0 issues. 0 issues with Where Winds Meet launch. So, no, not every. Star Wars The Old Republic didn't have issues. My question is why people to spend less than 10 hours on the game. There you go, cereal box mascot. If we're going to say this is an interesting statistic because all of these reviews over 10 hours are like 74% positive, then I'll go back and I'll say, then what about all the reviews that are positive that talk glowingly about the content? And then people say, oh, well, those people tested it before. Okay, and? So you're telling me out of all the people who intentionally play the game long enough to have an ineligible for refund, even they have a 1 in 4 people think the game is dog shit? Yeah, I mean, that's the other. How many people left negative reviews and their review is, I can't get a refund because of how your launcher stays open when I can't even make the connection to your website? From my experience, is there a precursor? Because I obviously don't know about every MMO launch. Right. But when you say, from my experience, every MMO, a precursor doesn't, putting a precursor is a disclaimer, and a disclaimer doesn't make a factually incorrect statement suddenly true. Because when you say, from my experience, you're arguing from the expert level, and your experience doesn't mean shit then. If you say, I don't know about every MMO launch. I know about MMO launches for games I haven't even played. So that I can say, I'm not aware of this, I'm not aware of that, I'm not aware of the other. I'm aware this happened, that's why you'll hear me say, I know about this, but I don't know anything more. I know about this, but I don't know anything more. We gotta get off of the fucking tit of all MMOs are gonna have bad launches. Because we know that's not true now. And if you're going to say every MMO is going to have a problem, so let's not hold them to a standard. Well, I want to hold them to a standard. I want to say, I expect to not see any of the problems that ArcheAge, BDO, Revelation Online, Where Winds Meet, Once Human, right? Elyon, Bless Online, New World. Star Wars The Old Republic. I don't want to see any of those mistakes. I will forgive launch issues if you have a whole new realm of fucking mistake. Like, for example, you launch your game today, and there's a major internet outage in St. Louis, and your servers are in Texas, and a lot of people from the East Coast route through St. Louis to get to Texas. I'll say, that's not your fault. That's not your fault. You, game developer, can't control Verizon or Spectrum or whatever. If Epic Games has an issue, it wasn't set as universal fact, it was set as personal experience. Yeah. But the problem is, we have good MMOs. That same argument against trying to balance a PvP game. True perfect balance is impossible, and it would be boring even if you could achieve it. Okay, we shouldn't try. You can have balance, and it wouldn't be boring. Nobody has ever said you can't have balance. You can't have rock, paper, scissors balance. You can't have rock, paper, scissors balance. You can have balance. I've given 2 examples of how you balance, and it wouldn't be boring. It wouldn't be boring. It would upset some people. That's like the stuff I hear from people against the current patch notes. Well, most of the people that are, oh no, we are playing soon the 1 decade old game. Oh, I already played it. Sorry. I just started bullshitting and I'm going to make I don't know what the fuck I'm going to, I think I'm making onion crunch chicken for lunch. I went back to HelloFresh. Believe it or not, HelloFresh is cheaper than buying groceries. I actually couldn't believe that when I priced it. Anyway, so I'm off the hook until beta 1. I am absolutely off the hook till beta 1. Rail, if you're still here, I'm going to go make lunch and then we'll knock out our Once Human stuff. Not on stream, obviously. But I'm out of here. I will see you guys on Monday for the politics show.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination. I don't think you will be getting